Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? Then mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, air will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and air will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, all right. That is my man, 16 to Life. Brother Eric, you can catch him at 16tolife.com. He's got gear. He's got gear. He's got he's got all kind of stuff over there. Plus, man, you know, you can catch him on his YouTube page, 16 to Life. Funny cat, man. Good dude, man. Good dude. Funny cat. Yeah, man, go on over there. If you really want to hear some funny stories about the street life, go on over there and check him out, man. Funny dude, man. Good, but a good-hearted dude, man. Good-hearted dude. All right, good morning, everybody, or depending on where you are in the time zones, good afternoon. I'm your host, Brother Clarence. Rico should be here any second. He had some stuff he had to take care of, so he's on his way, but he'll be here as soon as he can. How y'all doing today on this Thursday? It's a good day. It's a good day, Thursday. Well, it's a good day for some of us. We're going to talk about some things. We're going to talk about Kalaan Walker and his Grape cases. And we're going to see how it started out, man. We're going to just see how did he even get to this point where he thought, behaving like this was going to be okay. Let me shout out to Sister Risa Neal. Said, hello, Brother C and everyone. Good to see you, Sister Risa. Glad to have you in the building. My sister, OG Patrice. Anytime if you want to step up before I open up the panel, Patrice, you know how to hit me. So I'll send you the link, but just hit me and let me know. All right, I got my sister OG Patrice in the building. Greetings and salutations, she says. Okay, so now why are we talking about Kalaan? What other stuff are we talking about today? We're talking about Kalaan Walker, his grape situation. We also going to talk about what else we talking about, y'all? Let me see. Let me read from the bottom. The Hold My Shirt Massa videos. That's on TikTok, where black women particularly, are getting their white spouse to hold their shirt like they're being held captive. And I just want to talk about it. See what y'all think about it. Is it a big deal? Should we be making a big deal out of it, or should we try to tell people, hey man, that's not cool? I don't know. Let me get y'all. I got my own personal opinion of it, but let me see what y'all think about it. Shout out to Brother Marcus. Thank you for your service, sir. Appreciate you, man. In the building. And of course, lastly, we're going to talk about, not lastly, we'll see how things go. But we're going to talk about Kendra G. Kendra G. She says black women are just difficult to deal with. She's like trying to fix black women up with well, not black women. Let me say the average black woman that calls into her show. Let me say it like that. Mr. Watkins, thank you for your service, sir. Glad to have you in the building, man. Appreciate you, brother. The most of the black women that call into her show are very difficult to get to a point where she can kind of open up their minds and let them see that maybe they need to do some things differently to attract a good man. It's not hard to attract men. I like I keep telling y'all, man. I'm in Los Angeles. There's a street called Santa Monica Boulevard. Goes out of downtown straight all the way to the beach out here in Santa Monica. There are men dressed like women attracting men. It's not hard to attract men at all. at all. Shout out to Sister Annie. Glad to have you in the building, Sister Annie. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, so we're going to talk about a lot of different things, y'all. Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second. Uh-oh. All right, y'all. So I had to close that little window over there. All right, so stopped up my nose. All right, y'all. So let's get into it. Okay, first of all, let's get into the Kalaan Walker situation. Let's get into his situation. Okay, so first of all, y'all, who is Kalaan Walker? Who is Kalaan? I think his name is Kalaan Walker. What is his claim to fame? All right, let me show y'all a little clip of him and what he was his latest. The guy was just getting off the ground. Yeah, let's show it. Let's show him.
What the fuck do you want, nigga? Talk!
I want to join the winning team.
Get the fuck out of here! Now!
Step back! Have one! Don't move! Don't move.
This is what the winning team look like. You switching up on your boy Priest so quick.
Priest with my boy, not no more.
is Kalaan Walker in the white with the pistol to the dome. This is Kalaan Walker over here. All right, I'll just play a couple more seconds of it.
Them days over.
Pre still in time?
Yeah. And he trying to make a move. And he gonna need some money to do it.
All right,
I know
y'all.
what money is.
Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me. Okay, so this was a movie. This is a scene from the movie Superfly, the remake of Superfly in 2018. All right, Brother Rico, what's going on? What's good, man?
It's going good, sir. How about yourself?
Cannot complain, man. Cannot complain, man. It's all good. Hold on, Rico. I want to say shout out to JP, the Inspired Matriarch. If you haven't already subscribed to JP, the Inspired Matriarch, go on over there, subscribe to her, see if that's the kind of content you support. Glad to have you in the building, JP. All right, brother. So we talking about, I was trying to show him from the beginning what this man's career was looking like. He was just taking off. He had this movie Superfly. He had a movie he did with Halle Berry on Netflix. He had a ghostwriting contract with one of these rap groups. I mean, not group, but rap development groups. You know, like TDE or whatever. He record label. He had a ghostwriting contract with one of those labels. Plus, he had his own record career. He had his own rap career, and he had released some music on his own. So the guy was just wings were just getting dry. He was just taking off. And unfortunately for him, behind the scenes, he was doing some stuff that was really out of line. It was out of line. So let's take a look at where his situation is now. But how you doing, Brother Rico?
I'm doing well, sir. A little bit cool here, but we're starting to warm up a little bit. This damn East Coast weather is all over the place. You know, it was beautiful 3 days ago. It was gorgeous. Thought I was in the island. The last 2 days, I had to turn the damn heat back on.
Dang.
So I'm like, man. And then tomorrow it's supposed to be back nice again. So, I mean, I'll take it, but I just want some consistency right now.
Yeah, man. You know what, brother? We out here in LA, it's the same thing, man. It's cold out here right now, brother. It's 67
Oh, really?
degrees.
I thought it never rained in Southern California. That's what they told me.
It's 67 degrees, man. We out here putting jackets on and
at 67.
Yeah, man. It's cold out here.
Y'all some spoiled asses. Y'all some spoiled asses there. What we wouldn't do for 67. 67, we outside in shorts and flip flops.
Hey, man, my grandmother was from Pittsburgh, man. She was like, "Hey, man," she said, "I like LA, but I don't like it because she liked to see the weather, the seasons change." She said, "You can't even see the seasons change out here." I said, "Grandma, don't worry about it. Grandma, don't worry about it. We're good." All right, man. So let's remember we were talking about Kalaan Walker and his
stupidity. I'm smarter than everybody.
Yeah, man.
I'm smarter.
We're gonna get into it, man. We're gonna get into it. But first we're gonna get an update on his situation from shout out to US News. Let me put something up, brother. Let's see. Let's let go. Okay, here we go. All right, so let's watch a little bit of US News.
Kalaan Walker, an actor who appeared in the 2018 film Superfly, has been convicted on 8 out of 11 counts of sexual assault. On Monday, a jury found the actor guilty on 3 counts of forcible rape, 1 count of assault to commit oral copulation, 2 counts of statutory rape and 2 counts of rape by intoxication. Walker was found not guilty on 1 count of digital penetration and 2 counts of forcible rape. His attorney Andrew Flyer said in a statement to USA Today on Tuesday that the actor maintains his innocence and did not receive a fair trial as many important issues were excluded by the court. Okay,
so far, Now he's been saying the whole time they've been lying on him, right?
That's what he's been saying.
Yeah, but
Ain't
they
nobody
got
believing that shit but him.
7 out of 10, man. Whew. I mean, they charged him, I think, with 10, and they got him with 7. And like you were saying earlier, man, you know, they had these are the ones that had the most evidence on. You know, it's not that they didn't have he didn't do it. He just had the most evidence on. Now, his thing is, I think they want to well, he went to a what do they call it, appeal. He appealed the cases because he is going to try to get them thrown out or overturned or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you got a good lawyer, that's what your lawyer's going to at least try it, right? Especially if you got
at least tell you.
Well, if you got the money to do it, they're going to say, go ahead, let's try it. Right?
Well, they're going to tell you they're going to try it. Don't mean they're going to be successful.
That's what I'm saying. But they'll tell you, hey, yeah, let's try it. That's
every motherfucker in jail that been found guilty appealed. They all still in jail.
Yeah.
They all appealed. They're all still in jail. Figure it out.
Unfortunately.
Figure it out.
Unfortunately. Well, this is where we're at with him. He's been convicted. Convicted on 7 counts, Rico. So he's looking at 100 years in prison, and at state time, that's probably at least he's do 40 before they even start talking about parole, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at least 40 years behind bars if he doesn't do the parole. So he's got nothing to lose. He's got to, you know, he should at least try to do an appeal.
Yeah, go down swinging.
Yeah, I mean, you got nothing to lose, right?
Yeah. I ain't blame him for that.
He's 26 now. He do 40 years. He'd be 66 before he ever comes out, before he even has a shot to come out. So I guess he said, hey, I'm going to go down swinging. All right, so let's watch a little bit more and see where he's at.
Added that the 3 not guilty counts make him optimistic that the case will be overturned on appeal. Walker is scheduled to return to court on May 27 for a trial on aggravating factors in the case. According to NBC Los Angeles and Rolling Stone, the victims related to Walker's convicted charges include women and minors. The outlets also report that Walker was accused of using the prospect of photo shoots and industry connections to prey on vulnerable women. You're going to see a dark side of him, Deputy District Attorney Yasmin Fard-Gassemi said in court, for NBC Los Angeles and Rolling Stone. When they said stop, he didn't care. During the trial, Flyer portrayed the accusers as liars seeking revenge against his client, according to NBC Los Angeles and Rolling Stone.
All right, man. So they did the worst. They did the worst thing possible in a Grape case, and that's blame the victims. That's the worst defense ever. When you're in a Grape case, what you got to do is show how exemplary you are, right? You got to show that you're so far away from the thing that they saying you did that it's ridiculous that they are charging you with this crime, right? Now, there's 2 options, Rico. Either that wasn't an option for him, right? It wasn't an option for him to make himself like he was this was a ridiculous, these charges were ridiculous. That wasn't an option. So obviously the other option was they had to discredit the accusers, right?
Yeah, but that's partly kind of the only thing you can do in a Grape case is because you have to try to show, first of all, he made an admission that they had sex. You need to try to show that the sex was consensual.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
That was the point.
Yeah, but that's a tightrope that you got to walk, because at the same time that you're trying to say it was consensual, you also don't, because juries and judges are going to look at it this way. Oh, goddamn, this motherfucker trying to blame the victim.
Right.
So you don't want to, in your lawyer tape, we don't want them. We want the jury to look at them as hoes without calling them hoes.
Right.
We don't want to say it, but we want to put somehow in the jury's mind that these women were promiscuous. They were already, because in a grape case is one of the hardest cases there is, because you can't, unless you can show that, somebody else did it and you wasn't there. But if you had opportunity, motive, and, they can place you there physically, the only thing that you can go back to was, but she gave it to me. And this is why. But you want to do it in a way to say, look, she was just hot in the pants without calling the girl a 304.
That's difficult, man.
That's very difficult.
Man.
You usually fail. Fail unless you just get somebody. You win those cases. You win these cases on jury selection. So when a guy beats a great case, it ain't the trial or the evidence. It's the jury selection that the lawyers were good enough to get some guys or some women up there that will perceive the victim in a less than favorable light. And that's why they say jury selection is so fucking important. Hey,
man, unless you like Kobe, man, and the girl shows up with like 7 other DNAs in her drawers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And he still took the hit on the civil case, because on the civil case, you need way less information.
Right, exactly.
So they still gonna tear them pockets inside out.
Yeah.
They almost need nothing but an accusation civilly.
Right.
And the preponderance is on you to prove you didn't do it, not what in a criminal, the state got to prove you did it. In a civil case, you got to prove you didn't.
You didn't do it, right? Yeah.
You're in civil, your ass is guilty until proven innocent. In criminal, you're innocent until proven guilty. That's a huge fundamental difference between the two.
Mr. Watkins got something to say real quick, Rico. Mr. Watkins says, let me see if I can pull it up here. Okay. On a humble, I caught the same charge. It's not proper to Monday quarterback when a person is charged in a situation between two people, even if it's mob justice. Yeah, you're right, Mr. Watkins, but this dude pretty much admitted to everything, man.
And there's one thing that's left out of that, Mr. Watkins. You're absolutely right. Is this young man has been convicted?
Yeah, I mean
he's not charged. He's convicted, and it still doesn't mean he's innocent, but it means he's guilty until he can prove his innocence. Yeah, because he had a trial, he had a lawyer, and he was found guilty of it, and he admitted to having the sex with him. His issue is whether or not it was consensual.
Exactly.
And he couldn't prove it was, and they could prove that it wasn't. So,
well, I mean, they just had so much testimony against the fact that it was.
Even with testimony, it's still required to have corroborating evidence. I keep saying that. People keep leaving that out as if all of a sudden, they just came in and said they look for, doing an investigation, they look for additional information to corroborate what they said.
I agree.
So, i.e., in a grape case, you're going to go get a grape test kit done by medical professionals.
We don't know if that happened, Rico.
But I don't know, but we don't know that it didn't. So we can't, I don't want us to just say it was just he said, she said, and come to find out, oh, well, hell, it was a library full of physical evidence.
Right.
Then, if we're not going Monday morning quarterback, we can't Monday morning quarterback innocence either.
Okay.
We can't do that. And that's what I think we keep doing all the time is we say, well, we didn't see it. It don't mean the motherfucker didn't do it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. Harris Tribe Media, shout out to Harris Tribe Media Group, peace and love to the family, host and panel. Peace to you, Harris Tribe Media Group. They say it's all he said, she said. I don't think so, Brother Harris. I don't think so. I think like Rico said, man, to get a conviction, you gotta have more than
he said, she said. Yeah. You can get a charge and an accusation on he said, she said, but not to get a conviction. It's just not the way the law works, guys. I mean, we gotta, we gotta do better than that. And I do know that sometimes they can even get a conviction on some trumped up, made up fucking evidence or exclusion of evidence and so on and so forth. I'm not saying that. What I'm sitting there saying is it's not with nothing.
Well,
Even if they have to falsify and make up evidence, it's more than just a he said, she said. Same thing with murder cases. You know, you have an eyewitness, but in addition to eyewitness, they look at, you know, you had the gun, you had this, you had that. All of that stuff cumulatively is what usually tends to get people incarcerated. And yes, we do have a lot, especially of men of color that are being freed and released every day. That's still probably at best maybe 5 to 10%. And I agree, that's a horrible number if it's 5% of innocent people going to jail. But the other 95% ain't being proven innocent. So we can't open the doors and just let them all out.
Well, brother, we on Lock Nation says he's innocent. I believe he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Ah, man. Hey, when we open it up,
he needed you on his jury then.
When we open it up, brother, we on Lock. You got to come up here and explain that one, man, because you know, he did a lot of stuff, and we're gonna see he's going to admit to a lot of stuff that he never. I'm sure, like Rico said the other day, he should have just took his lawyer's advice
and kept his fucking mouth shut.
But he kept coming on social media, talking and talking and talking and talking and talking, and from his own mouth, put himself at the scene of the crime. Put himself. I mean, he did a lot to destroy his own credibility at the trial. I mean, I'm sure all they had to do is play most of the stuff that he was on. You know, he was on social media saying. JP says going with the facts at the time doesn't negate the chance that more information may come out. In the meantime, we accept what is presented. Yeah, that's all we're doing right now until more stuff comes out.
But here's the beauty of it too. If in fact more information comes out that proves his innocent, then hopefully his lawyers will have the wherewithal and the sense to present that information to get that young man out.
I mean,
I don't think his lawyer or anybody, well, maybe the prosecutors, but I don't think his lawyers would get information to prove their client's innocent and not do it. So, you know, it can go either way. Maybe more information that comes out and some more victims may come forward. You know what I'm saying? Harvey Weinstein ass in jail and motherfuckers are still telling on him.
Man, I mean, tough position.
Yeah, and I think most of his stuff is that. Yeah, I'm sorry. This dude sound like some Weinstein shit.
Oh man, but it was on a low scale.
Maybe even worse. Right.
It was on a lower, but it was on a lower scale, brother. It was on a lower scale.
How on a lower scale? Tell me how on a lower scale.
Meaning that Weinstein had more pull in the industry.
Right,
to
absolutely.
Be able to go around saying, "Oh yeah, I could do this for you. I could do that."
But I'm saying the crime is still the same.
Oh yeah, no, the crime
right.
is still the same. But
right, it's the exact same
thing. As
thing.
The operation was set up.
The operation, yeah,
that's
which
what I mean.
Just makes it even more stupid. Yeah. So.
Okay, Brother Marcus says, "Wait, they can go on and he said, she said, making up charges and falsifying claims. Evidence is called corruption in the system, manipulating the scene, detailed judges, district attorneys." I don't know.
I do believe that there is some evidence of that occurring sometimes, Marcus. I do. But I ain't about to go off on no damn conspiracy theorist range. And I ain't about to do that. Because here's the thing. See, here's one thing we need to be crystal clear. Then just say this. Exactly. There you go. Just say this. Y'all don't give a fuck about the victims. Just say y'all don't. Because these she saids on the equation, these are black women. These are little black girls. One of them was 16 years old. So he better be glad it wasn't my she said 16-year-old daughter, because jail would be the least of his problems. I'm just saying, and I'm not going to say that it ain't little young fuckboys out here in the streets that's doing shit that he's been convicted of.
Yeah, Patrice, we got some video. We're gonna watch it.
Right. We tend to be disassociated from this because in the majority of the cases, we don't know the victims. And I ain't gonna be telling my 16-year-old daughter, you shouldn't have had your little fast ass over there. Yeah, you shouldn't have, but he still ain't had no business doing that shit. Okay? Two things can be true. She shouldn't have been over there, and even if she was, he's not excused for doing it.
Okay, brother Chris says they were 16 in Cali. Some of them, Chris.
Yeah.
Some of them he flew out from other states. So it was an ugly situation. Mark said, I said about 20 to 30%. Falsely accused, convicted falsely in prison. I wish I had time to come up. I'm busy at the moment. I got you, Marcus. But
we got you, but I'm gonna tell you that 30% is a little too high.
I would think so.
That's a little too high. But I mean, even if we said 10% in the, if we say, and here's the problem, if we say 10%, you got to realize America has like 25% of the world's prison population. We don't mind locking motherfuckers up.
Yeah.
Of all the prisoners in the entire world, the total number, a quarter of them are in America alone. That's more than China done locked up, more than Russia done locked up. Other countries don't lock their citizens up the way we do. We will lock a motherfucker up on nothing. So I do know, even if we say that the number's at 10%, that's a lot of motherfucking people unjustly incarcerated.
Yeah.
It is. But I'm not going to go as high as 30 because that's just, I don't, if that's the case, then we need to blow the whole motherfucking country up. And I have to have a little bit more belief that we're that fucked up that almost half the people in jail are innocent.
That is bad.
That's bad.
So shout out to Brother Sim. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Marcus says again, to give honest perspective, a percent they show is genuine is when the women admit 3 to 8% of the time they lied or falsely claimed or abused the privilege of the system. Only 3 to 8% are only 100%.
Right. And I agree with that. And I do believe that's why I sat there and said the other day when they talked about why they don't get prosecuted, because for one thing, it's only that small percentage where you can prove that they lied. In the other cases, so Marcus, if a girl come and charge you and accuse you of raping her, this, that, and whatever, you may go through all the system and you may prove that you didn't do it, but the prosecutor won't go after the girl because it doesn't prove that you didn't do it. The only thing you can prove is that they can't prove you did it.
Right.
So oftentimes it's like, well, why don't they go after the women? Like, it's not that they don't believe them. They just don't have enough evidence to prove that you raped them. So you walk away. And that's a good thing. That's the way the system works, is that if the state can't prove without a shadow of a doubt that you did something, you don't go to jail. They lose cases every day that in other words, if it don't fit, you must acquit. We all know that nigga did it.
Right.
Okay? But they couldn't prove it.
Right.
It's not like I celebrated him beating the case.
Right.
But I believed he did it.
Right.
I was in my law firm. Whoa, that nigga got off. But I knew he did it. And that's all I wanted to see was a black man beat it. That's it. That's everybody was there. Goddamn, a nigga finally got off. Hallelujah. But we all knew he did it, Marcus. So that happens where the law just go, hey, we can't prove it.
Yeah. Those cases like those Grape cases, it's hard
to prove.
It's hard. It's difficult, and it's difficult to prove your innocence.
Yeah,
because
it's hard.
Why you really gotta you gotta either take the road where you're gonna make them look. You gotta make them look like they're you gotta check their character, and that's gonna be victim. You're gonna be they're gonna say you victim blame.
And what makes it difficult for a woman to falsify parts of it is when they do that Grape kit. Yes, they're gonna see, was she sexually active, how recent, whether it was by force, whether it was rough, different little things they look at medically. And Lord knows you leave behind some of your bodily fluids.
Yeah.
So now you can't say, oh, that was sex they had with somebody else. No, that's your ass inside them.
Yeah.
So now you got to explain away your fluids along with certain tears and certain violence that these doctors know this is the evidence of a grape. So we still not saying that he raped her. We're saying there's evidence that somebody took something by force from this woman, and these are the people whose bodily fluids we found inside her.
All right, Rico.
So that's the start of them building a case to come at your ass.
All right, Brother Chris says, are they bound by Cali law of 18 being the age of consent if the girl he flew the girls in? I am not sure. I would think that they would be, but I am not sure.
Yeah, it's the state that the act occurs in. And then in addition, if I'm not mistaken, that's a federal charge if you're transporting a minor across state lines to have for the purpose of having sex. I think that's the Mann Act. They locked Jack Johnson up for that for his white wife.
Yeah.
Jack Johnson, the boxer. That was in 1910, whatever.
Yeah.
The first black heavyweight. Yeah. That's called the Mann Act. When you transport a minor across state lines for the purposes of sex, that's a federal.
Holy smokes.
So if California wouldn't have got his ass, he was going to do Fed time. I didn't know he flew nobody out.
Yeah, he flew a couple of them out.
Oh, shit. Yeah. You looking at federal time.
You looking at some Fed time. All right, so these are some of the victims in the case. This is footage from Fox Soul. So let me put this up here. Where's the Fox Soul stuff at? Oh, here we go. All right, so so this is footage from Fox Soul. They interviewed two of the victims, and this is what a little bit about what they had to say.
I showed you guys where he was deleting DMs and stuff. It's very evident. I was there looking for work and nothing more than work, and for that to have changed in less than 24 hours would be ridiculous. So no.
So the DMs are what you posted online. We posted those on Hollywood Unlocked. I know. And those DMs, were those the DM responses to the day that it happened?
Yes.
Okay, and that was back when?
That was 2017.
Okay, so this isn't just last week or a week before when it became news. This was something that you had responded to back then.
I've been making YouTube videos about this since 2018. The only thing is I just started calling him out around 2020, 2019, 2020. Mm-hmm. But I've been speaking on being raped for a very long time.
Okay, because I asked him about why all this is happening now, and this is what he had to say.
I find it very strange and ironic, but I've seen this happen in the business before, so I'm not really surprised. When I made Superfly, I didn't really post on social media about what I was doing. I'm a very low-key dude. When I'm making moves, I like to make moves in silence. After it was announced I was on Superfly, then these random allegations start coming out of nowhere. Once I made I think when people are at home and you're seeing somebody that you've been around before, you don't like, or you secretly feel a way about, that you don't want them to succeed, or you didn't think they would succeed, when you see them doing something or accomplishing something, it makes you feel a way, whether it's bitter, envious, jealous, and that can cause people to do very, very, and say very, very harsh things. That's why I find the timing very tricky and strange, that as soon as I'm in a major feature film and I have a lead role, now all of a sudden all these allegations came out. I want to remind you, Jason, I have no criminal history.
So what do you say?
Let it play. Let it play. I want to hear a little bit more.
Say that.
I say that this man could not do anything for me that I haven't done for myself twofolds. And that's the large part of it is he's nobody. When people see his name, he's nobody. And he's not even important enough for me to say his name and give him that publicity. He's not important. What's really important are all of these girls whose lives were changed forever because of a choice that he made.
And so you've gone on record to say that there's about 21 girls allegedly that he's raped or sexually assaulted.
There are probably more. There's probably more. I mean, through me coming out and just talking about it, that's how we met. And I mean, not met, but how we found out, eventually, girls start to come out when they realize they're not the only one. That's why I was finally ready to say something when I was wow, I'm not the only one. I thought I was crazy.
And so 2 of the girls since then I've seen are allegedly minors.
Yes.
How?
16.
And so
holy smokes,
stories, or what are their stories?
One of the girls, from what I understand, was from a little bit further back in the day when, I want to say 2014, she said was when it happened. But I think that his way of doing things kind of changed and became more like,
because I'm like this, how he was with me, and like even I have a friend that was 17 that he like raped back then, and it was a situation. And the girls that I heard later tell me the story is kind of the story that you said of him saying he was going to record videos and or send me pictures and stuff, and I'll send it to Drake or whatever. And
why did he bring up Drake's name?
Because I don't know why he was bringing up celebrities, I guess, as clout to try to like
same reason he brings up Kalaan.
Seem like he's more, I guess, reputable.
Yeah.
All right, Rico. What do you think so far?
He talked too fucking much.
I'm just gonna say the same thing, man.
Too much.
He just keep talking and talking.
I don't know why the fuck he on Hollywood Unlocked. I'm sorry.
Go there, right?
You might well go to TMZ.
And even when a voice said, "Hey, look, we brought him. We didn't bring him on here to give him a platform. We brought him on here so he could talk himself into jail." You know what I'm saying? That was the whole point. We brought him on is to let him keep talking, right? But hold on, Rico. Hold on. Mr. Watkins says, "Sir, respectfully, I thought the Mann Act. I thought about the Mann Act. This law they used to get Jack Johnson, not a good law." Yeah, that's what Rico was saying, Mr. Watkins. But actually, I got it right here. The Mann Act was passed in June 1910, named after Illinois Congressman James R. Mann, invoked the Commerce Clause to felonize the use of interstate or foreign commerce to transport women for immoral purposes. The act was aimed at prostitution, immorality, and human trafficking. So we all know that in 1910, Jack Johnson was dating white women. So the immorality was him dating the white women. Yeah. All right. So
but when he brought her ass across state line, they said, "Got you, nigga.
Got you,
nigga. You should have stayed in. I got you, nigga." Because they didn't want. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get a white man back in the heavyweight champion.
So we gonna get you some kind of way.
I'm like, we can't whoop your ass in the ring, but we're gonna whoop your ass in the court of law. And they did. And I agree. I don't necessarily. I don't think people should be transporting minors across state lines for prostitution.
No.
I think so. I don't think the law is bad. I think the way that they used it against Jack Johnson was wrong.
Yeah.
But this motherfucker right here, he is flying them in for sex. That was the way the law was written for.
Yeah. Immoral purposes.
Yeah. So if you were flying them from one state into another state for the purpose of having illicit, illegal sex, that's immoral and that's illegal.
Well,
and that's
you're right. Now, when he flew minors in, yeah, that's illegal.
Right.
Okay, so Rico, so far, so you hearing from him, and we both know because we did a little bit on him the other day that he just talked too much, man. He talked himself right into the situation he's in. Yeah. But these are some of his victims, and the girl on the right, she's gonna actually tell a story about how he climbed in the back seat with her, and she's gonna tell a little bit of her story too. But so far, they sound pretty credible, right?
Credible enough, but they all sound equally credible. He does, she does, but they're not charged. His freedom is at risk. That's why he needs to shut the fuck up.
That's what I'm saying. But he doesn't. But because he's talking from his emotions,
right?
He's
exactly.
Not, his credibility is not as.
And that's why you try to tell him, look, okay. I would tell him, look, Kalaan, you sound believable. They sound believable. Y'all both sound equal. They're not at risk of going to jail. Your ass is. So you need to keep your mouth shut because any and everything you say, they can and will use it against you. So don't say anything. That's why when they question you, I'm sitting there next to you and they ask you a question, I put my hand over your mouth and tell you don't answer it because you don't have to. Shut up. Because you don't have the wherewithal to know what to say or what not to say, especially when your liberty is at jeopardy. You ain't up here on YouTube. He wasn't doing what we doing right now. We talk all kinds of crazy shit right now. As long as we don't admit, I ain't commit no crime. I ain't commit no crime. I ain't commit no crime. But if I'm dumb enough to say something here and implicate myself in a crime, even if it's in the past, yeah, they will roll up on my ass and use every fucking word I said to come and lock my black ass up. And guess whose fault it'll be?
Yeah. Yeah. Like they say, anything you say can and will be used against you.
Yeah.
Will be. Not maybe, will be.
That's just the fact. So so again, I don't necessarily say that I give the accusers words any more weight than I do the accused. I give them all equal.
They sound credible right now.
Yeah, they do sound credible. They don't sound like they made nothing up.
Okay. That's what I'm saying.
I don't hear anything that makes me go, that sound made up.
Yeah, we're gonna get into a little more of it, but basically, they don't sound like they, have some kind of mental issue or something like that.
I don't hear no woman scorned. They could be scorned, but I don't hear it.
Right.
What I don't want us to do is, I'm not just gonna go because I do know some women scorn will make shit up. I'm not gonna put that charge on them because I don't know and I don't hear it. So
right.
You got to show me some evidence that that's what they did.
Like you said, the whole point is both sides sound like there could be some credibility on both sides.
And he like when he was sitting there telling Jason, I mean, he sounds a little less credible because what he's saying is partially true and then it's also partially made up. So it's like
I think it's
so what he said was what he told Jason was anytime a person becomes successful, people become jealous and just start making shit up. And I don't think that that's most people. I think people do become jealous, but I don't think it moves people to start making shit up on you. I don't think your success, while I might be envious of it, it's not going to move me. The envy is not going to move me to the point of lying. It can make me be jealous, but where does it go? Oh, I'm going to be so jealous that I'm going to go and make up lies against people.
Yeah, that's pretty tough one to swallow, but that's his defense. OG Patrice says,
Chris, I work in law. I've worked in the legal field for over 35 years. And I wouldn't trust myself to say anything when my liberty is at risk. I'm gonna shut the fuck up and do what my lawyer tells me.
So. When you're a covert narcissist, you can help but talk yourself thinking it's helping and it's actually harming. Yeah, me and Rico went over that last time. Yeah. He just cannot stop talking. Yeah. And unfortunately, we're gonna see.
And here's the good thing about it is you can be guilty as a motherfucker. You could have done told your lawyer that you did it. One, he can't tell anybody. Two, he's still obligated to try to get you off. So if you just keep your mouth shut, lawyers have gotten clients off that they know is guilty.
Just keep their mouth shut.
Just keep your mouth shut. The real G's, just keep your mouth shut. And all those motherfuckers don't go to jail. They beat cases because your lawyer will look at the evidence and say, yes, but they don't have enough to prove it. Keep your mouth shut and don't give them what they're missing.
Casey Anthony, Orenthal, Juice Jones.
Yeah.
Orenthal. So I'm just saying, if you just keep your mouth shut, you can't go home. It's better possible that you may go home, even though you know you did it. Everybody knows you did it.
Your lawyer know you did it.
Yeah,
your
right.
Lawyer know you did it.
But his job is not to tell them that you did it. His job is to send you home.
Is to get you to beat. My job is to get you to beat the case. Even if they got witnesses and film of you shooting and killing a motherfucker, my job is to come up with a reason why. I need to now take that homicide and turn it into self-defense.
Right.
That's my job. I can only do that if you shut the fuck up and help me.
Right.
Don't be out there. That nigga made me mad. Shut the fuck up. You felt for your safety. My client did this because of this. What your client got to say? My client ain't got nothing to say. I'm going to tell you what my client says. He can't tell you. He's a mute. Shut up. That's what your lawyer does.
The evidence is in the court. We don't have it here. Yeah. All this is just them telling their story. So this is not evidence right here. This is just them telling.
And I do think, and Rorschach, I think all men and especially black men do become a target when they become successful.
Yeah, obviously.
So I think they become a target for financial gain.
Right.
I don't see no financial gain here on a Grape case because you're not getting any financial. You're just taking away a person's liberty. So
Yeah, I don't see that here because he wasn't flying high enough for them to be like, oh, we're gonna get paid.
And there's nothing they're gonna get from him anyway. They just gonna get him incarcerated and like, move on.
He's done. There ain't no.
I see more, like you said, with the Weinstein, because I think, and if it was financial gain, they would be in civil court.
Yeah,
that's what your bag is. You're on mute, Clarence. Yeah, your bag comes from.
I think that would have been the next move, Rico. But
that might have been the first move, because again,
this dude is so far down in the he's so far down in the bottoms, man. They're not
he didn't have nothing.
Do, man.
He was like an extra. Yeah,
he won't even be able to pay the lawyers' fees for them.
No.
So, all right. So let's finish with and let's hear a little bit about what was going on here with Mr. Kalaan Walker.
Girls of like, oh yeah, I know so and so. I'm working with so and so, because I think this is after he became more of a SoundCloud rapper. Because when I met him, that's where he was.
Okay, so Tiara, you met him. You all were working together. Was it working together in music or working together in photos? So is it the same story as Sydney, that he lured you in, or you sought him out to take photos?
No, I didn't saw him out. He tweeted me because I already was a model. I came out here from New York. I just moved out here 2014. So he tweeted me on Twitter. I was like, yeah. He's like, let's shoot. I was like, let's go, let's shoot. DM'd him. He said he worked with my friend. So for me, like she said, okay, you're cool.
Like you could trust him.
You're safe. I can work with you. He was like, okay, I'll come pick you up. I didn't drive. So I was like, okay, cool, whatever. During the ride, he's trying to sell me this whole thing about how he wants to help my friend that he told me about. And like, I knew she was young and trying to get herself together. So I'm like, yeah, that's really nice. Like, that's really caring that you would want to help somebody out. You want to help this young person get there. And he had this whole plan of like, I want to have a model house and help young models and get them housing and like set up a whole thing to shoot them, blah, blah, blah. We get to his apartment that he's telling me that his mom owns this whole apartment building and blah, 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 which I'm like, she got this apartment, where's the money at? But anyways, go in there, get ready to take photos. He said he's testing lights for Karuchi, a shoot with Karuchi this same week. I've done stuff like this before. I've, test shooting. That's not abnormal. So yeah. So I was cool with that. Right after we shoot, he's like, oh, let me play you this song. Like, I'm about to drop it on SoundCloud. Let me know what you think. And I'm like, all right, cool. Like, I listen to music. All my friends are DJs. Cool. We're vibing. I'm like, yeah, this is a cool song. Like, whatever. At that moment, that's when he starts talking about, like, he has an interview with Complex and he wants, I guess he never messed with a black girl before. People think that he never messed with a black girl. And another person has told me this exact same story. That he said,
Rorschach, that's your cousin. Sound like your people, Rorschach. Now I know why you defending them.
And then right where he's like, yeah, I'm gonna give you $4,000 if I have sex with you, so it could be real.
Whoa, $4,000. $4,000. Holy smokes. $4,000 to have sex. Okay.
No, I don't believe he had it like that. And if he did, ain't too many of them that probably wouldn't have took the money.
Right.
And I don't know who gonna cry about
if they took the money
$4,000 not being enough.
Everything, but so that's what this chick is gonna say. Hey, $4,000. Wait a minute. If we put money on the table, you're gonna have to raise the price, right?
No, because believe it or not, $4,000 is a lot of money.
That's what I'm saying, right? But
that's a lot of money. Now, again, that's money that multi-millionaires is paying for high class escorts.
Exactly.
And I'm like, $4,000 is $4,000 to $5,000. Ain't too many of them escorts demanding more than that per date. Right. And that's all he was doing. He wasn't even having a whole relationship. He was just having one night of sex.
One night is right.
You paying high, which if that's the case, I don't know why the fuck he just wouldn't go to a high-end escort website.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. Rico, he thought it was all going to be kept on the DL. Right. But here's the problem. He would never pay nobody.
Right. Well, there you go. That's what I said. I don't think he had it like that anyway.
That's the problem. He would never pay nobody.
And I'll be honest with you. Now, if he put himself in a predicament, you invite a girl over, you tell her you're going to give her $4,000, she give up the goods and you don't pay her. No, I do not believe she should charge you with Grape. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Your ass need to be charged with something. That's a theft of services. That's a theft of services. If I'm a prostitute, you owe me $4,000.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's a theft of services.
Okay.
You know, because in certain, remember, in if he was in Nevada, yeah, the Bunny Ranch.
Yeah, you definitely would. They would definitely charge you.
That's a theft of services, and they have. That's what Lamar Odom was paying. He was paying that money like that. I think you look up the Bunny Ranch in Nevada, and you'll see their prices.
Oh yeah.
Some of them, man, they ain't hardly worth it, but I'm like, then that's just what they should do.
Hey man, if you got it, can't take it with you. You know what I mean? I don't recommend it, but
right.
What are you gonna do?
I don't have no problem with a man, indulging in, the ladies of the night, work. That's that's fine. That's as old as time. But pay the motherfucker.
I mean, if you're gonna do it, right? If
pay
you're
the service,
you
gotta pay. That's just period. Right. You can't go, because she's a lady of the night, I ain't gonna pay her. I'm like, nah, bro.
Okay, well, we're gonna see. This lady right here is gonna get into that. Yeah. She just already
I ain't never bought nothing, but I ain't never paid no $4,000.
$4,000, right?
Shit.
Well, I mean, depending on your tax bracket, $4,000 is nothing, right?
I ain't never been in that. I've been in that Pookie and Ray tax bracket.
Wait a minute, owner of the Patriots, remember? He got caught up paying people in Florida, right?
Yeah, for a rub and tub.
Yeah. So I mean, if you got it, it's no big deal, right?
Yeah. I mean, men all over the world pay and will continue to pay. That's just old as time.
Yeah, man. That's
I personally, I'm like, that's not a knock on anybody for doing that at all. I'm like, and I don't even think it's not even always a thing where people are trying to say, you have a group of people of men that are awkward with women. Most Johns are fucking married.
Yeah.
The vast majority of them got wives.
Yeah.
It ain't a whole lot of single dudes doing it. It's probably 9-to-1 married men to single men that are their clones.
That's kind of high.
Shit.
I would say 9-to-4, maybe.
No. We're doing a total of 10. So you're going to say 6-to-4?
Oh, okay. Yeah, 6-to-4. Yeah.
Nah, I'd say I'm not going to go no lower than the lowest I'm going to go is 7-3, and I think it's closer to 8-2. If you talk to
7-3.
Most of them working girls, they will tell you the vast majority of their clients are married.
Right. I agree with you. So I work with you with 7-3. Okay. Yeah, I work with you with that. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so this girl's gonna say, hey, she's already said that he offered her $4,000. This dude, Kalaan Walker, offered this lady $4,000 to sleep with her, so that he could, have the entertainment of a black woman. I guess he said he haven't entertained black women all that often, so he said, he offered her $4,000. Ay. Okay, let's see what she says.
And I'm like, why do you have to have sex with me to make it real? You could just lie, like you could lie all the time. He's like,
lie in the sense that he would release a tape to what
no, he didn't say nothing about a tape with me. Mm-hmm. He was just like, I will pay you to have sex with me, so he wouldn't lie in his complex interview about having sex with a bunch of women or whatever. Right. He tried to make himself seem like I'm this shy boy, like no one likes me, I'm awkward, like I'm really nice and I'm just trying to like help people. No one's really And at that moment, no one really knew. That was before Superfly, so fuck all that. And I'm bigger than him. I did Black Panther. Period. So yeah, so then while he's trying to say, I'm like, nah, I was like, I'm gonna need I don't like that. Like I'll admit I've done sex work. I'm a stripper, but I've.
So she said, I'm a need, right? But she stopped herself. She was going to put a price down on the table, which she probably have told him, but she stopped herself. Now she's trying to back out of it, right? She said, I'm gonna need, and she's about to say what she gonna need to do the deed, but now she's stopping herself. Just want y'all to see that. Okay.
And I think she said she had done sex work before, right?
Yeah, well, she's saying she's done sex work. Then she's gonna clean it up and say, well, I just done stripping. I ain't really done no,
Yeah. They and I don't know too well. I ain't gonna say 100%. Most strippers done sold.
Of course, right?
So.
Of course. Okay, so let's see her back her way out of this situation.
I strip, I dance. That's a whole nother ball game. And I was like, nah, I'm not cool with that. And like literally while I'm about to get up to go.
Were you about to say, I'm not gonna do that for that? Were you guys having a conversation on what price you would do something with him at?
Like I said, I'm a sex worker. So like
that was a good
if
question.
you give me bands, I'll think about it, but I'm gonna have to see like cash at hand. And I'm also queer. So like I also
think it's important to know for people watching that you can be a sex worker and still get raped.
Yeah, it's very much if a person does not say, and this is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, if a person does not give you consent, whether you're in a relationship, whether it's a stranger, whatever, if they don't say yes, if they're not, or in the act they're saying no, you need to stop. That doesn't mean keep going. And I said no, I was crying, like I'm about to cry now, like I was crying while it was.
All right, Rico. She's already admitted that she doesn't even like men. She don't like men. So to have him grape her, not good. Not good. So here we are. Okay, so she has admitted to being a sex worker. And so he probably thought, oh, okay, well, since her being a sex worker, it's going to be easy money for me to just give her this money or tell her I'm going to give her this money. And then, because see, what he would do, Rico, is he would have him come through. He would tell him he's going to give him the money or cash app him or something. And then he just block him. He never called him again. Right. That was his scheme. Right. And unfortunately, some of these people, like I said, I guess they got mad because they didn't get their money or whatever. Well, I don't know. We don't know what happened. But the point is, she said something very telling that we're trying to get across here is consent. If they don't give you consent, then you don't have consent. Well, Clarence, see, she never said no. Yeah, this girl right here never said no. But she said she was catatonically frozen. She was frozen when he did that, right? How are you going to explain your way out of that? Because some women, I think the men don't realize that some women, just once they realize they're in a situation that they may lose their life, they will just comply. They will comply with whatever you're saying because they don't want to get murked. Because that's what they're thinking about. The guy is just thinking about getting off, but the woman is like, man, if I make him more upset, I could get murked. So let me just comply, and then let me just get out of this situation. I'll go tell somebody later. Brother Rorschach says it's not grape if you don't pay. It's a civil matter at that point.
He's correct. I never said it was. I said specifically, if you don't pay, you don't get to claim grape. That's exactly what I said. You can't say that. I said, but your ass is guilty of theft of services, Rorschach. That was exactly the words I used. If you don't pay, then they charge you with theft of services. That's like you can do that if you hire a company to come and clean your car. I mean, clean your house, and then you decide you're not going to pay him. Or mechanics do they do mechanic liens where they fix your car and you refuse to pay them. They go get a lien on your fucking car. Things like that. So you're right. It's not great. And it is a civil matter, but it is still a crime. And it can still be a crime, but it wouldn't be grape. It could be theft of services. So it can be more than just a civil matter. And theft of services is not civil. That's also criminal.
Rorschach,
civil and criminal. But you're correct. It's certainly not great at all.
If they don't give you consent, it's great.
Oh yeah, if you don't get consent, it's great. Yeah.
If you don't get consent, it's great.
Yeah.
She never said anything? Then you didn't get consent.
Nope. That's why that's like the same way she didn't say no, but she was drunk and she was inebriated or she was under the influence. You cannot have sex with a woman under the influence because she cannot give consent.
There you go.
They must be able to give consent.
You can't have sex with a minor because they can't give consent.
Can't give consent. And if she's too intoxicated, that's still grape.
Yeah, that's just an emancipated minors are different, but you cannot give.
No, it's still a minor. It's still a minor. Because you get emancipated minor, the minor can be emancipated in some states as young as 14. It's still a minor.
Well,
they're just no longer. Emancipation is you're no longer under the care of your parent, but that doesn't make you not a minor. When you become emancipated, you make your own adult decisions because for whatever reason they feel like it's in the best interest to break your relationship with your parent.
Is it one of those decisions to who you're gonna have sex with, Rico?
Hell no. You can't give that consent until you reach the age of consent, which it varies by state by state.
Right.
Your state, you still must be in a state. I don't know of any state, maybe Mississippi, Alabama, one of them, I don't know. With the age, I think there are still a few that the age of consent is maybe 16. There may be a few. I mean, let me try to look up, see the state with the youngest age of consent.
Right.
There may still be a few. And for the most part, I just tell myself 18 no matter what, because then you're an adult everywhere. But I think in America, there's still some states that'll let you get married. Hell, as young, you can get married as young as 14 or 16 with your parents' permission. And that's usually, say, for example, your daughter's 15 and she's having a baby. She can marry maybe the father's 15. So certain states will allow that shit. So it's
the youngest age I see is 16.
Right. What state is that?
That's a lot of them. Nevada, Oklahoma, Mississippi.
All those conservative states, right?
Yeah.
All them red states.
Yeah.
All them good old boys.
Yeah, most of them.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them. Especially up in the northeast. Maine and around by you, Rico.
No, those are the lowest is 16, and most of those are Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, Connecticut. Oh shit, DC is 16.
That's what I'm saying, brother.
Damn, better not be with mine. Georgia, Hawaii, Indiana, Iowa. Yeah, shit, better not be mine. I promise you that.
All right, y'all. So let's continue on with Kalaan Walker. Why are y'all doing this thing on Kalaan Walker? Because I want to show from the beginning how he got to be the kind of person where he got himself in this situation. All right. So Mr. Let Go did 2 good interviews with shout out to Mr. Let Go. He did 2 good interviews with Kalaan Walker. Now, this video that we're gonna watch now is him reflecting on the other video that he did, where he actually had Kalaan Walker on his show, and Kalaan Walker, instead of just being quiet, he came on the show and just started saying a bunch of different stuff. I feel like he hurt his case, but anyway, we're gonna see. We're gonna watch a little bit of it and check it out.
Did something, right? So let's keep going.
Not
and say what's up in the comments, y'all.
The thing that they're accusing him of, but something. If Kalaan did these women wrong in some type of way, not what they're accusing him of, but in some type of way, they deserve an apology, because there's a reaction to every action, right?
All right, so I'm gonna move forward.
A lot of you
girls to that.
Hold up. Where is it?
I was going back and looking at.
A lot of you ladies love to sit.
I was going back and looking at.
Oh, okay.
A lot of you ladies love to sit around and say, hey, this man did me wrong, or men are like, these women are this and that. We all have a hand in our relationships ending, the reason why people hate us or mad at us or whatever, we had a hand in a lot of that. So Kalaan is about to let you all know his hand, his responsibility.
This is the thing that I didn't like about you at first.
Everybody hit the like button. Hit the like button.
But I had to respect it. I feel like you're very talented at seeing through bullshit or seeing when something is missing. And ever since we met, I was going back and looking at all our lives of me growing through the process. But you always was waiting for me to say it. I could tell off your eyes. I feel like you were waiting like, okay, what did you do though? But I'm gonna give you time to just keep talking about everything everybody else did. What did you do though? I'm gonna keep giving you time, and you just waited. And then I called you and I said, I got something I wanted to admit. And you said, fucking finally, because you knew it was something. And this is the thing I need to understand about people. The question that everybody kept asking in all your comments, and you told me about, was that people kept saying, okay, some believe, some don't. But the people who don't believe I did those things, the question was, what the hell did you do? Because you did something. You don't just end up in jail facing 150 years of life for nothing. What did you do?
Right.
And I never talked about it. And let me tell you, I didn't talk to you about it in the beginning in the first place because.
Okay. Now, this man, this man is facing 150 years to life. 150 years to life. Would you open your mouth and start talking about your case? I mean, you're facing 150 years to life. This was not what he should not have been on Mr. Let Go's podcast. Shout out to Mr. Let Go, but he should not have been on there. He should have really shut up. Now, granted, I don't think Mr. Let Go knew the depth of the situation when he invited him on, let him come on, but absolutely, he should never have been on that podcast because he didn't do anything but hurt his credibility by coming on here, right? So he's going to proceed to tell how all of these women are manufacturing this story against him. Same story they have, and most of them never met each other, but they all have the same story. However, he's going to try to discredit them. Now, like I said, he should have just stayed quiet. OJ went home, stayed quiet. Casey Anthony went home, stayed quiet. Many other people that had serious cases, they were just quiet and they ended up going home. This guy decides to come out here and try to say that all of these victims, or so-called quote alleged victims, were lying on him. As we'll see, we'll get into it.
The truth is, it's embarrassing to admit, but I know on that other side of embarrassment is growth.
Facts.
So let me not even sugarcoat shit. Let me just start from the way beginning. As you know, I told you the initial reason of why I ended up in jail. That girl gave me oral. She had a man, lied and said I did that to her. But still doesn't explain the other.
Okay, so let me explain that one. Okay, so he was in a situation where a girl had oral relations with him. He said that instead of telling her husband that she had consensual oral relations with him, she told the husband that he Kalaan Walker, forced himself on her. So the husband said, okay, well, your mom works for the police department. Go and file a case. If that's true, go file a case. Well, what was the woman? What was she left to do? She went to file the case, right? Either she files the case or she loses her husband. So she's gonna file the case, right? I mean, that wasn't hard to see what was gonna happen. But the whole point is, see, this is why you don't mess with people's wives, man. You just don't do it. Now, just messing with one person's wife got this ball rolling here, right? So anyway, she filed the, and that's when they picked him up. They picked him up on the grape charges, right? So that's what he's trying to explain. Brother Watkins says OJ ran in a white Bronco. He ran, but he went home. And why did he go home, Mr. Watkins? He went home because he kept his mouth shut. This young man, unfortunately, didn't take that advice. I'm sure his lawyers gave him that advice, but he didn't take it because, you know, a lot of times guys feel like, okay, Rico, a lot of times guys feel like they can talk their way out of it. Me and Rico was talking about this the other day. A lot of these young guys, they think they can talk. They think their game is so smooth, they can talk their way out of this. You're not talking your way out of 22 Grape cases. You're not talking your way out of that. No. You got your lawyer brought it all the way down to 10 cases, right? He got the other ones not even to get you indicted on those, but he got it down to 10 cases. And then you're not going to talk your way out of 10 Grape cases. Shut up. Shut up. Listen to your lawyer. But anyway, thanks to him talking so much online on social media, he walked himself into some serious convictions. And so, but anyway, he hasn't been sentenced yet, but we're gonna see, what's going down. But anyway, I want to show you guys where it started because he's gonna talk about how he got into having sex so much in the first place. He's just gonna tell him himself, which he should have just kept all this stuff to himself. And his lawyer should have been able to ask him. His lawyer wouldn't have been able to structure these things and say this stuff in a way where he wouldn't have looked so bad. He wouldn't have looked like he actually did this stuff. Anyway, Brother Rorschach says the evidence, from my understanding of the case, is weak. He should have let it play out. That's what we're saying. But that's what we're saying. It was really, when it really come down to it, it came down to testimony, in my opinion. So if that was the case, he should have shut up. He did a lot of stuff talking. Now, maybe he did do this stuff. Maybe he did do it. But as far as him getting convicted, he talked himself into a conviction, in my opinion. But let's watch the rest of it and let's see.
9, 10, 15 counts or whatever that was on my case of other women. So where did they come from?
We had 45 likes. We need 50 more likes. Whoever who has not hit the like button, please hit the like button. Thank you to the people who have hit the like button already. What's up, Will Seed? Yeah, we have to talk about this, Will Seed, because at the end of the day, if I've done like,
come on, let's move it forward.
That I said I would do for selling dreams, but I didn't do it with one person. I did it with like 100, 200 females, and I didn't care.
Okay, so now. The case is over, Sim. Brother Sim, case is over. He was found. He was brought up on 10 charges of Grape. He got convicted on 7 of them. It's a wrap for this dude. It's a wrap. He was facing 150 years. Now he's facing 100 years. If 100 years. This guy's 26 years old. Like I said, if he does state time in California, he might could do 50 years. He might could do do 50. But if he do half of that, he's gonna do at least 40% of that time. I would say at least 40% of that 100 years. If they give him all 100 years, 40%, that's 40 years. Gotta be 66 by the time he gets out of prison. Yikes. No, Sam, he didn't plead. He took it to court. He took it to trial. I mean, every mistake he could have made, he made it. But the worst mistake he made, besides not stopping when they told him to stop, if that's true, the next step he made that was coming on social media, trying to plead his case on social media, like that was gonna make a difference in his trial. That was very foolish. Very foolish. All right, so let's watch the rest of it.
Care. Why? Because my mom didn't care when she was selling dreams to me, and I grew up in a very sexual household with just my mom, a very sexual.
All right, so right here, and this is
what you say, Rico?
He's snitching on his mother.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Now he's trying to put it on his mama. Hey, it's my mama's the reason why I did all this stuff.
And he's saying, now he's publicly admitting he came from a very sexual household. He was very sexual, this, that, whatever. So you're admitting to the characteristics of a rapist.
See, he don't even see it, Rico. He don't even see it. He don't even
I'm
see
smarter than everybody. I'm smarter.
I'm gonna talk my way out of this, and I'm gonna go home.
And like he only telling this guy, and he's not telling the law.
Well, see
what
the law.
The law when used it, I'm pretty sure they used this shit in this case. They didn't have to show it.
Of course.
There you go.
Of course. And see, this dude right here, he didn't realize this Mr. Let Go. I'm sure he did not realize the severity of the situation when he first interviewed this dude. This is the first interview over here on the right. This is him making this is him doing a reaction to that first interview on the left. But on the right, when it first came out, he was like, hey, give the dude the benefit of the doubt. I don't know. We don't know what's going on. I believe him at some point, but he may not have raped him, but he may have done something. So at this point, this Kalaan Walker was like saying, I'm guilty of selling dreams. That's what he said he's guilty of. I'm guilty of selling dreams. I'm not guilty of the graping. But see, he don't realize if you don't have the consent, you're graping them. Period. If they're not of the age of consent, you're graping them. Period.
Yeah.
Period. But he don't realize that. Now he's throwing his mama under the bus. Oh wait, it gets better, Rico. It gets better. It gets better.
Is in no way giving this young man an excuse for what he did. All right. But it's not even a but. I'm not even gonna say but after that. It's important for us to know who the people are who we deal with. All right. And I'm just saying, you as a woman, you as a man, you're dealing with somebody, you're dating somebody, you're in a relationship with somebody. Their level of childhood trauma has a lot to do with how they're going to treat you and how you're going to treat them, or how they're going to allow you to treat them. Because some people, they have so many walls up where you can't even treat them a certain kind of way because they're so afraid of the world, where they don't know what to do with themselves, let alone with you, So he talked about in other videos that his mom used to, and I don't want to talk about the specific things because I don't want to mess with the YouTube algorithm and get kicked off of YouTube or whatever. But she used to invite her female friends to hang out with her son when he was a teenager, and that affected him, and in my opinion caused him to have some type of resentment or abstract viewpoint on women and their purpose in his life, in his interaction with women. All right, so let's go.
Household. I would sleep with her friends that are 40, 30, 40, and I was 14, 15. Lost my virginity at 12 to the 24-year-old I told you about. I grew up in a very sexual household. It was all sex around my house, no love. It was all player shit, pimp shit around my house. Oh, I got a mom, men in and out of the house. My stepdad, pimp, just being stupid with girls, in and out of the house. Sex, no love, nowhere, no love. Mm-hmm. Pissed off because I started doing the exact thing that I saw my mom doing in regards to just sleeping with a bunch of people and not caring. I told women, yo, I know this, they'll see me on Instagram with a celebrity, and I know they will want to just talk to me because I know that celebrity. So guess what? I introduce you to this celebrity. Okay, they fuck, we fucked. Don't call them no more. I just hurt her feelings. Not worrying about her feelings, worrying about my nut. That's my problem. That was my problem at the time.
Is that something that you should be saying in grape cases? I mean, if you are accused of grape, mm-hmm. These are some things that probably shouldn't be said by you. Should be explained by your lawyer, who will make it sound like at least that you have an issue that needs to be dealt with.
See, that's all information that should have been saved for the sentencing phase, and maybe have his mother and them come up and say, and let them then fall on the sword to take the blame for his behavior.
Right.
He took that opportunity away because he put it on fucking social media. He wanted to get the light. So, you know, what would a lesson that mitigated your behavior if your parents would have came up there and said, it's not his fault, it's my fault.
Right.
But I don't even know if he's making that shit up at this point right now, because I'm like,
I mean, he's just swinging for the trees, bro. He don't, you know what I'm saying? But he thinks, but like I say, Rico, he thinks he's smart. He thinks he can talk his way out of this situation. And like coming on social media, how is that going to help your case? The people that's probably on your jury ain't watching this. And matter of fact, the prosecutor's going to take this and tear it up. They'll cut it up and tear it up and use it all against you. Brother Sim says, sounds to me like he knew he was going to lose. More than likely, he didn't take the plea. I don't think I think he thought he was going to win, and he said, "I'm not taking a plea." You know, I think he. If you listen to him and how he talks, he thinks like he's so smart, and he's going to push the line so hard that it's just going to happen. You know what I mean? It reminds me of sometimes in church, you had a type of woman that's in there like, I know God's going to find me a man. So you better get out there and find you that man. You better get out there.
God ain't looking for him.
Yeah, you can't.
God ain't looking for that nigga.
You're going to have to get out there and do it. But he didn't realize, hey, man, this is out of my hands. This is a person, and I believe Patrice is right, what Patrice called him a narcissist. This is a person that doesn't realize this situation is out of your hands. He still thinks that some kind of way he can manipulate the situation. You can't. You're done. And this is what I want these young guys to see, man. Sometimes you get yourself in a situation, man. You just gotta take other people's advice, because you'll take your lawyer's advice, take your mom's advice, anybody who you think got the best, who's looking out for you the best. Take their advice. Don't think you're gonna talk your way out of everything, because you're not. You're not. Eventually, you're gonna get caught up. All right, Brother Sim says, I think what he just said is important in society. That's realistic. That many dudes' mindsets are out here. That's many dudes' mindsets. Yeah, that is. I mean, they think they can just talk their way out of everything. And so,
well, I think his mindset of sexual selfishness is the mindset of a lot of people, women included. But I don't think having a sexually selfish mindset necessarily breeds rapists. That's something else. I mean, hell, I've been sexually selfish. I ain't never thought about raping nobody.
I know, but a lot of people on the jury probably would look at a lot of conservative.
Right. And that's what I'm saying, Sam. Yeah, that I agree with. I'm going to say, right. So I lost count of the number of lies I done told to get a piece of tail. You're right. Yeah, that's true. But that never has moved me to the point of taking anything by force. That's a different thing.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That's what Grape is.
Right.
Rape is a crime of violence, whether it's through fear, intimidation, threat, whatever. Lying in the form of violence. And that's the part.
Can be, Rico. It can be.
Lying?
Yes, can be. Can be. If you lying to somebody to create a situation where violence may occur, can be. Can be.
Yeah, but the lying itself is not the violence. It's the violence.
No. It's not the violence, but it's just like those girls with the MS-13 thing out there in New York. You know what I mean? They wasn't actually the ones that pulled the trigger. They was the bait to get the guys out there to the woods. Right.
That definitely right.
They're getting charged.
But I'm saying the actual act of rape is a crime of violence. Lying is a crime of deception, but it's not violent. Violence is violent.
It's not violent by
itself, right?
Yes.
Right.
But it can
and
have
I was just going to brother.
Violence.
I was just going to Brother Simmer is like you said, the mindset of you gonna say whatever you want you're gonna do and say whatever to get the coochie. That's to me, that's outright lying, and I agree. And I shouldn't be out of jail if that was a crime. If lying was a crime, I should be given a life sentence when it comes to lying for coochie.
All of us.
Lying for coochie, I got a life sentence.
All of us have been there. Okay, so
lying and begging.
I wanted to get to the part where he's really going to start talking about how his life as a child, where sex was a major issue in his life, and how it got to the point where he was now hurting other people. We're almost there.
Oh, and try to cut the cussing down. Remember, I just got out of Instagram jail.
And everybody, make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to hit the like button. We need 50, well, actually 70 more likes. We need more likes. Hit the like button.
Not worried about their feelings, worried about me pleasuring myself.
Mm-hmm.
Then they will call me the next day. Hey, can you introduce me to that person? I don't respond. Next girl. Hey, what's it go? I just saw you did oh, I just see your music. Oh, you're doing a show, sold out pizza. I see you know this rapper. Oh my God, I can introduce you to him. Okay. We smash. Don't call him back no more. That's 2. Add 10 girls to that. Add 15 girls to that. 30 girls to that. 40 girls to that. Bro, I had so much money at one point, and I blew it on the stupidest stuff. I was flying girls out from different states on a weekly basis. Flying them out. Because they saw, look, I know, bro. Thinking back, it's cringy. I was young, but I was being stupid.
Yeah.
What you say, Rico? Yeah. But also, check it in. Shout out to Quantum. Good to see you in the building, sis. All right, so, but as we see that he is admitting that he's done this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's admitting it.
Yeah.
So all now, so they don't have to build a case whether he was at the scene of the crime. So I already admitted he was at the scene of the crime.
Yep.
This is my point. So if you ever in a serious case like this, shut up. Or any case, shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Don't say anything. Don't go on social media trying to talk your way out of it. You young guys, don't try to talk your way out of it. You ain't gonna talk your way out of it. Especially the more you start telling everybody how they're lying and they're stupid and this and that, and the detectives are dumb. And all you do is putting fire behind them and say, "Okay, we dumb. Okay, we gonna get you. We'll now we're gonna spend extra time on it. You don't have to pay me no overtime. I will connect you to this case." That's what you're doing, and you don't realize it. But that's like you said. I'm smarter than everybody. Okay, let's continue.
I'm talking like flying 2-3 girls out every 2 weeks. $600 here, $1,000 here, this here, flying out the country here, $1,000, $3,000, $4,000. Bro, I had money and I was just blowing it on stupid stuff. I'll smash, never call them again, never text them again. And I did that to like 200 females. Like 200, man. I can't even lie, bro. I can't make the number up. So now, going backwards, let me reanalyze how they felt. Because I wasn't analyzing how they felt. I was just worried about getting mine. Since everybody in this world want to worry about getting theirs, I was worried about getting mine. My life consisted of music, loneliness, and sex. Music, loneliness, and sex. Music, loneliness, and sex.
Hey, what's up, Maria?
That's before I got movies. I was paying $2,800 a month to sit in the apartment that was empty because I didn't know how to decorate. I was sleeping on an air mattress on the floor, but I had 6 figures in the bank because I didn't know responsibility of nothing. Mm-hmm. Every girlfriend I ever had in the past, my mom hooked me up with them. If my mom approved, I would get with them.
Oh, holy smokes. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard him.
He said, every girlfriend I got in the past, my mom hooked me up with her. That did not sound good, brother. That did not sound good. But keep in mind, this is a young guy, right? Thinks he can talk his way out of this situation. And so instead of admitting to the fact that maybe once or twice when they told him no or stop, he didn't do that. He's still going on like, hey, you know, this was all consensual, because the wrong I did was dangling the fruit over their head, telling them, I'm gonna introduce you to this superstar, not the great. His thing is, there was no great because nobody resisted. Well, let me tell y'all, especially you young guys out there, Rorschach, just because a woman don't resist you doesn't mean you're not graping them. You follow? They may not resist you because out of a trying to survive the ordeal. That may be why they're not resisting you. But if they don't give you their consent, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. And even if they do give you their consent, if they revoke it by saying, you know what, I thought about it, I got a boyfriend, I can't do this. I thought about it, I got a husband, I can't do this. You can't say, well, you here now, I'm gonna finish first. That's a deadly game to play. You playing with your freedom. You playing with your freedom. And this, unfortunately, what this young man did, he not having a man in his life to explain these things to him. He said he had a stepfather that was stepping out on his mother. He said he had his mother was stepping out on his stepfather. And they were both bringing women to him at 14, 15 years old. Bad situation, bad situation. But this is the thing. This is the thing. You mothers out there, you can create these type of guys by the way you handle them. But if you don't handle them properly, these kind of guys will develop under your tutelage. And then you say, I didn't ever train him to be this way. I thought I was just, yeah, but see, men need structure. Men need discipline. And if you're not going to be disciplined and give them structure and discipline, which this young man said he didn't have, you can get somebody. You can get somebody that can easily say to himself, why should I follow any rules? Why should I follow any rules? My parents don't follow no rules and they got a roof over their head. Why should I follow any rules? And then you have anarchy in this situation. But anyway, let's finish with this because we got another couple other things to get to.
So I cheated on them because I didn't really want to be with them. Because my mom told me to date them. She said, I approve of this girl. You be with her. So I'm with her because my mommy said so. But I'm cheating on this woman because I don't really want to be with her. But I just got with her because my mommy said so. So what am I doing? I'm cheating. And the girl know I'm cheating. So she's cheating. Her problem with her cheating is she cheated with somebody way more successful and richer than me. One of my favorite universe. She cheated with him. And I broke my heart. Then I broke up with her and started smashing more girls, just 100, 200, 300, 400, because I'm trying to look for something that it wasn't in none of those girls. I was looking for love, bro, but it was the most confusing thing, being intimate with a woman, knowing you lied to her, then waking up the next morning, kick her out, and then you sitting there by yourself like, why did I do that?
Yeah. So let's stop right there.
Okay, Mr. Lego is going to explain a lot, but I'm pretty much done with him. With the Kalaan Walker thing, but I just wanted to show how he came. He said that his mom used to bring him women when he was upwards of 14, 15 years old. His mother used to bring him women to sleep with. He then got introduced to hypersexuality. Right? Because sex is an appetite. And if you taste something in the sex, which is the dopamine, you taste that and you want it more. You want it more. And so what you may do is develop a hyper proclivity for this sex, which open you up to criminal behavior. And unfortunately, a lot of our young men don't realize this because there's nobody there to tell them this, right?
To tell them what?
That you may be hypersexualized, and you are involving yourself in criminal behavior. You may need some help. You may need some therapy. to slow down the hyper sexuality.
I think most young men are hypersexual.
But is my point, Rico.
Mm-hmm.
This young man, most of them are hypersexual because of the media, right?
Yeah.
They use sex to sell everything from
Right.
toys, to cars to toys,
IG,
cars,
Facebook, this shit we on, everything.
Exactly. So they
social
use sex
media,
to sell
music, everything. It's a
So these young
hypersexualized
men-
society. Young boys and young girls are hypersexual. But I don't see,
But especially
I
young
have
men.
not seen an increase in graping.
Shout out to Susie Q.
Or evidences of sexual assault based off of the hypersexualization. I just think that this motherfucker was going to be one if he wasn't introduced to it or not.
Okay, so Rico, you don't think his mother introducing him and
But I don't know if I believe the story he's telling about his mother.
Well,
I
let's
believe
just
it
say,
could
for
be
example,
true. I
let's-
believe
let's
if Mhm.
let's say it is true. Just
right.
What,
And what I'll say is this: yes, if it is true, but I don't think. And the reason why I say that is I've known people whose parents have been that way, but they still, when they grew up and left, they didn't become that way. Some of these guys, I know.
Oh, Rico, I'm not saying it's a lock. What
Right.
I'm saying is
okay, then we good. Then we good. That's all I was just saying was.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying
Right.
that in some cases,
Yes,
maybe
I
you
agree.
have people that,
Agree.
and then
That's
on the
it.
other end,
That's all I was
on the
trying
other
to
side,
deviate. You got it perfect.
you know what I'm saying? Then on the other side, you may have somebody that holler at you on the other side and say, okay, now see, this was this was that, and you know, they can break it down to you where you can understand it and you can see the limitations in it. This man was not given no limitations, in my opinion, based on what he said. So he was never given no limitations on his behavior, and they made they made
Well, he
sex.
being given some now.
Yeah, right.
See what I'm saying? So only thing I can tell you is when you get, and you know, irregardless of what he was told, irregardless of what his parent, irregardless of that, in 2022, we get to a point where, irregardless of what we were taught as children, when we become adults, we have an obligation and a duty to educate ourselves. So I'm having a hard time, irregardless of his sexual drive, that he doesn't know what consent or lack of consent means. You know what I'm saying? You can sit there and you can tell me,
if he never been taught that, Rico, if he never been taught, how's he gonna know?
No, because I'm sitting there saying society. I mean, that shit is regurgitated all over the world. What consent and lack of consent is what I'm saying. So I'm not talking about the hypersexualization. I get that, that, whatever. I'm refusing. You got kids that are growing up in foster care that know what consent means. You got kids who parents aren't there. They know what consent means. We got to stop giving these motherfuckers an out and say, well, if every little thing they wasn't taught, no, then you need to teach your goddamn self some things. Period. Okay, and you can't keep crying back to what your mom and your daddy didn't do. Once you reach the age of adulthood, it's on you.
But Rico, how can somebody be taught?
Throw the motherfucker in the trash. If he ain't figure it out on his own, throw him in the trash. All you raggedy motherfuckers out there in the street that can't figure out above the age of 18 what consent means, throw them in jail, throw them in trash, and I don't give a fuck. I don't want to hear nothing about their mom and their daddy, nothing, because it's inexcusable. If you choose to go through life willfully ignorant, meaning you choose not to inform yourself or educate yourself on basic life decency, throw the motherfucker in the trash. I'm not going to bend for that. We're not talking about going out to get a college degree. We're talking about how hard is it for you to learn what's grape and what's not grape.
Rico.
One conversation with anybody.
Rico, some of these dudes ain't had a conversation with nobody that has sense.
Then they go to jail. Then they go to jail, and then they go to jail.
That's my point.
Then they need to be off the fucking street. You don't leave them on the street, and we don't sympathize with them for them to grape somebody else's child.
No. I'm not saying we sympathize. I'm just trying to show you how this thing starts and how
I understand, and I understand, and I accept that that's how it starts. I fully do, but I also know for this one little pity party motherfucker, I seen 10,000 other young black men who would grow up under those same conditions and somehow manage not to sit there and step on that same fucking landmine when they all suffered under almost the same systems and conditions. So, you know, we coming out the ghetto. Like I said, I grew up in a neighborhood where 90% are single mothers in the hood, low income, food stamp, Section 8, you name it. But ain't but 2 or 3 grapers come out of that community? Why ain't they all graping?
Well, Rico.
Okay, because 90% of them figured out, no, that shit gets you put in jail.
But that's what I'm saying, Rico. Everybody's not like that. Everybody's not going to figure it out. That's my point.
And if
one grapist is one too many.
That's right. And if you don't figure it out, throw your ass in jail because it's a crime.
But this is a lesson for all of us to see. Okay,
it's a lesson for me. Lesson for me. Because I know basic certain basic things,
as far as
homicide, graping, sexual assault, domestic violence, all that shit. In this day and age, you can't get away from it. They're teaching it. So where do you work? I'm sitting there saying, I ain't been on a job in the last 20 years where they haven't talked about shit like sexual harassment.
I teach it.
They shove it down your motherfucking throat.
Yeah.
On almost every job in America.
Yeah. That was me.
Right. Yeah. So I'm literally saying I'm not accepting this. Nobody's not telling them shit. That's why I'm throwing that out.
I'm saying there's certain group of people that
so this nigga ain't never worked nowhere. He ain't never worked nowhere.
Probably not in a place where they went through the whole thing or he paid attention to it. He probably didn't.
Okay, well, if you don't pay no attention to it, then that's your fault.
Right. No,
that's your fault.
I'm not excusing nothing he did. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is I'm trying to show that this is the bad part about trying to be your child's friend. When you try to be your child's friend and you try to say, hey, I'm gonna hook you up with this or that, and then you don't give them, they don't respect you, they don't see you as a person who can discipline them after that. They don't
if in fact his mother was hooking him up with girlfriends, whether they was of the same age or the older age, she's a child graper herself and she needs to be in jail. If that is true, I think that's the worst thing. Right. I would never. Huh?
That's child endangerment, right?
That's child abuse.
Yeah, that's child abuse, and that's
that's everything. Everything in the world is wrong about that. I wouldn't. Right. I mean, like I said, I don't know if it's true. I don't know if he's just saying that shit now. I don't know. But if in fact that is the case, yeah, she is. He's still going to jail for it. I'm sorry that your mama turned you into what she did, but you still going to jail for it.
That's the thing. That's the thing. So just because your mama did all that, don't mean
you still going to jail for it.
People gonna say, well, you did that. Well, your mama did that. Okay, you can get out. No. Yeah. Okay. And OG Patrice says if his mom truly did that to him, she helped create a monster allegedly. Yeah, allegedly. Like, we don't know for sure, Patrice, if he did. But like you said, allegedly, if his mom was getting women for him at 14, 15 years old, then she could have started this engine to go. And now he's at a point where he can't just go and set up, go and hunt for girls like normal guys do in the clubs and bars or whatever, try to get consensual situations to happen. He felt like, hey, I need to do it this way. I need to have my own little trap.
But it's hard for me to believe he sit there, he was just opining about all the celebrities he hung out with and all. And I'm like, who the fuck are you hanging out with that gave you the impression that was, I'm like, who? Yeah, you just telling me you with all these big celebrities and stars and whatever. I know they should be telling you how to avoid getting caught up like this shit because they running around trying to avoid the pitfalls.
Bruh.
So I'm like, who? That's why to me, I keep saying somebody that it was just inside them, and all the reasons that they're putting on external forces doesn't make sense to me, because
he doesn't.
You know, I get it more, like you say, the little ghetto dude from the hood that don't hang around no men that got nothing going on, this, that, whatever. I would be more sympathetic to them falling prey to the bullshit than, wait a minute, you're successful and you around all these successful celebrities and stars, and I know damn well they should be teaching you how to avoid the gold diggers and everything else. How not to get nobody.
Rico.
Let me ask you this. For all this fucking he was doing, he got any kids?
I don't think so.
That's kind of strange too, don't you think?
But maybe he was protecting himself.
You out here graping with protection.
Well, one of the chicks said he didn't use no protection. So
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, come on now. I mean,
yeah, one of the chicks said he did.
You lying or he lying? One of you niggas is lying. I'm like,
yeah, but still, Rico, even though he don't have no children. Let's say he don't have none. I don't think he does.
That just says to me, when he's talking about the level of sexuality and him being so hyper and overly over-sexualized.
Wait, let's say this. Let me ask you this. Does this look like a man that has slept with 200 women?
No.
Not to me.
No. That's what I'm saying. And I would get ready to say this. All the young folk I know who are seriously over-sexualized and hypersexualized and who've been through like an abusive parenting sexualization, like 90% of those motherfuckers got kids. Boys and girls. That's one thing they will do. They will fucking reproduce. 90% of them, 90%. Right. That's what I said. That's why I asked. You know, I'm trying to lend some credibility to his, you know, his having been abused, over hyper sexualized. I'm trying to lend some belief to that. So I'm like, okay, one of the other tales, because you'll see those motherfuckers 14 and then had a kid.
All right.
Yeah, damn. You know, because, you know, they just always got to hunch something all the time. And they're not going to always use protection. And before you know it, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's Brother Sim. Yeah, Brother Sim said, sounds like he had that issue before the money. Yeah, he did. He admitted that he was doing this stuff before he got famous. With money, he must be going to state to state with his foolery. Yeah, he was basically his hunting ground was IG. That's where he was typically hunting these women. So you know, basically that's what we wanted to do. We just wanted to put out there that, man, number one, if no means no. No means no. I used to teach that class, still do. No means no. But I'm gonna start teaching it to young men outside of the corporate confinement. But no means no. Once a woman tells you no, that's it. Oh, but Clarence, she didn't tell me no. Well, you got to get consent then. Unless you get consent, then you're done. If you don't get consent, you're done. And even if you get consent, the woman can always revoke her consent, just like you can always revoke your consent, right? A woman can always revoke her consent. So that's what we want to talk about. And if you ever get picked up for any crime or anything, and the police want to check you out, don't talk to them. Don't talk to them. You talk to your lawyer. Have your lawyer talk to them. Right? That may be the difference between you going home and staying home, right?
Yeah.
All right. You got anything else to say about the Kalaan Walker situation? Because we're gonna move on, Rico.
No, I'm tired of this nigga. Throw him in the trash and take it out.
All right. The next thing we got here is did you know that this is a thing, Rico? This is a thing that black women are supposedly letting their white boyfriends choke them or hold their shirt or hold them in a have a type of hold on them that is looks like it's against the black woman's will. Did you know that, Rico?
I saw something briefly about it. It doesn't surprise me.
Okay,
it doesn't surprise me the way we degrade ourselves nowadays. Par for the course. I'm just glad it's just a small percentage of us. That's all.
Oh, okay.
I don't want it to be put out that the majority of black women are allowing this shit.
No. You can tell. Okay,
it's a very small number of black women even in relationships with white men. So, I mean, just let it be clear. I don't want, the manosphere to take this one young lady who's a damn idiot and they'll sit there and say, this is all black women.
Rico, it's not just one. It's not just one.
No. I'm saying they'll take this one because what I'm saying is the sample size is extremely small.
Correct.
And they will paint all black women with this fucking foolishness.
Okay, hold tight, Rico. We got a question from Brother Sim on the other guy, Kalaan Walker. Brother Sim says, for a young 20-year-old with money, how do you suggest a man get women? Should they only date? Because these one-nighters is destroying men day by day.
They should date just like
you tell your side when I tell my side.
They should date the same way as a 20-year-old with no money. First of all, if you're 20 years old with money, shouldn't nobody know you got money but you. Keep your fucking mouth shut. Right. Start there. So you date them the same way you dated as when you didn't have money, because the vast majority of young men will not ever have money and they still need to date. To the second part, so I say date and vet in the same way. You should do so no differently. Money shouldn't have any say. If you choose to lead with your money, then expect people to treat you that way because you're leading with your money. You're going to get all kinds of unwarranted attention if you let people know that you have certain financial economic means. A lot of young men want to lead with their money. They want that power and that structure, and they want some sort of submissiveness that money can't buy. Right. Secondly, I don't understand how the one-nighters are destroying men day by day, because it's real simple. You don't have to have a bunch of one-nighters.
Right.
So if you're being destroyed by one-nighters, that's what you desire and you want, because you don't have to have it. You can have serious, meaningful. If you feel like one night stands are not good, then don't become intimate with someone unless you built up a relationship with them on something higher than sex. Right. But if you want to hit it because she big booty Judy, and then she turned out to be a bitch, that's your fault, the same as it was mine when I did it. Okay? Because big booty Judy looked good. She gave it to me and then couldn't find out I hate her ass. I can't blame big booty Judy. I got to blame myself. And all the way up until I got married again, I was still doing it. Okay? Because, as men, we tend to be gluttons for punishment. We look for what appeals to the eye rather than the mind, the spirit, and the soul. And like I said, until I got married, I was in my 40s still doing it. That's just, just the way it is. You're right, Winlock. The devil is undefeated. And look, not just in Hollywood, in America.
Everywhere.
In America.
Everywhere.
So that's how I say, tell that 20-year-old man to date the same way he would date as if he didn't have any money. And if you that 20-year-old man, and you got money, keep your damn mouth shut. And there you go, Clarence, your turn.
All right, y'all. So my thing is this. If you're a young man in your 20s, the best way to do it, now I know a lot of guys, this is going to hurt them because they want to have lots of casual sex. But this is going to hurt you in having casual sex. You should date and you should vet women extensively. You should vet them extensively. Do not share your physical presence with women that you have not vetted carefully. If you do that, these are the type of things that's going to happen. You have to vet women carefully. You don't know, just like a woman meets you, she don't know what your agenda is. She don't know if you know what you're trying to do. She can kind of get the idea that you're trying to sleep with her, but she don't know if you're gonna take it further than that, or well, she don't know what you're trying to do. So they try to do at least a little vetting. We should do the same. You don't know what these women are gonna do, especially like Rico said, if you got money and you got resources. Some of these women, man, that's what they're looking at, and they saying, they see a savior, especially if they're in real financial trouble, or they're in relationship troubles, or they just got problems, and they don't understand that they're the problems. They're the one creating these problems. They just want somebody to come and pull them out of it. And because the simps have been doing it for so long, they feel like, hey, that's what. So you don't want to be that person. You want to avoid people that need your help. You want to avoid people that need your help. You want to be with people that want your help, but don't need your help. That, in other words, they won't listen to you if they have to. They just want the pain to go away. They don't necessarily want to listen to you. They want the pain to go away. Now, if you want to date women, date them, but don't have sex with a lot of women. Having sex with a lot of women is going to be a very expensive situation, in my opinion. In today's day and age, it's going to be very expensive. Plus, you have so much more to risk. So when me and Rico was out there, the only thing you had to risk was the fact that somebody was going to find out you did or said something kind of crazy. But everybody was doing that, so it wasn't no big deal. Now, with the Me Too movement out there, man, you can be put in jail for a lot of this stuff. So my suggestion is, if you want to date and you are a man when you got money and means, what you need to do, dating women is fine. You can go out with women. You can go out with lots of different women, but only sexually active with women. I really would reduce that number to, man, maybe one hand or less. If you don't have to do it at all. If you got the discipline to not do it, don't do it. But if you don't, and I'm just being realistic, most guys don't, then vet the women very carefully. That's my thing on that.
That's excellent advice, Clarence. Like you said, if you want to have a rotation of no more than 4 or 5 that you can consistently count on, you ain't got new pussy ain't no better than old pussy. Pussy. Okay. So that new pussy ain't no better than no old pussy. Okay. And especially if you're above the age where you're not sleeping with virgins. Shit, everybody you lay with them been with somebody before you. But you would do better to say, hey, I got my 3 or 4 go-to girls that I can. I'll be honest with you. That's how I know women date when they are women, and when they're in their casual phase, what you guys like to call their 3 or 4 phase. Women will be in a 3 or 4 phase, but they ain't out there sleeping with no. There are some. I'm not gonna say none. But the vast majority of them are not out there sleeping with hundreds of men. A woman will have 3 or 4 maintenance men, and she'll rotate your ass.
Right.
She'll rotate you. It'll be 3 or 4 that she feel like she can trust, and she may not know what the maintenance man doing, but she'll stick with those 3 or 4 because you do it right. You hit her spot, she hit your spot, whatever the case is. So again, like I said, if you want flavor, if you feel like you need 6 or 7, that's fine. But if you think you need, okay. Good job, Susima.
Yeah,
well, who wants to? I couldn't even, and that's the problem. That's what dudes fuck up. Trying to do too many, because you out there lying, right? Telling each one that she's special or she the one. And when you get too many, you can't keep this shit in your head. So it's better to keep the number down. Like, look, I got these 4. And maybe when one drop off, you replace her. But you got to keep it with a manageable number. And even this, if they're good physically, 4 gonna wear your ass out.
That's what I'm saying.
I can tell you physically,
so much of your time.
even in a young age, while I could have sex every day, it wasn't healthy. Yeah. As you get older, you can do it. I'm just telling you, Slick. My wife be begging. I be like, get your ass off of me. Because Clarence, right? I mean, everything still works, but all this like used to. Oh no!
Hey, Rico, if you want to full go at it, you gotta give me a day of rest.
Or two.
I can't do it every day like I used to.
Right. Look, I need a day or two of rest, and a full go mean one time. What do you mean second round? Second round, my ass. I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna sleep.
Everything out of the first round.
Yeah. Right. So I mean, I'm just telling you, you know, that, you know, and for men, the older we get, the you know, my drive is still there, but it is greatly diminished. You know, I do the do when I do the do, but I don't do the do often like I used to.
Yeah.
You know,
responsibility will definitely wear on you.
And then maybe a lot of times because you've been and I was over sexualized young, that as you get older, you know, I probably lost a lot of good sex years in the past that I should be having now. Because I was doing shit. Not, I mean, like I told you guys, I went through the lifestyle for a while. I mean, I was out there just doing some debauchery like you wouldn't believe.
No, Rico, no.
Yeah, so when you're doing that, you're literally like, all right, motherfucker, you take it off some years when you hit your late 40s and your 50s. You burning a couple of them years down here in your 30s, doing all that extra shit. So I got about 4 or 5 years stolen, but I stole from myself in my 30s, overdoing shit.
Yeah.
Overdoing it when I could, that now that I'm older, it's like, I look back at a lot of it with a lot of regret.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know, one day we're gonna have to have a show about that, Rico.
Yeah.
Tell us about all of that.
Oh, no. We all gonna tell our stories.
Yeah.
That's a cautionary tale to tell these young boys too. About
that's what I'm saying, so that we can, you know, tell them, hey, look, you know, you might be firing up some of your later years right now.
Yeah.
If you're grinding hard like that. All right, so we on Lock Nation said the devil is a roaring lion seeking who he may devour. Absolutely. Sex is undefeated, and the way it's been aspersionized, it's definitely been used to pull us down off of our goals and off of our dreams to just chase after that appetite.
Yep.
Okay. Brother Sim said save it for the Patreon. Yeah, you know what? I mean, I might have to put Rico on the Patreon, man. Make Rico make some money out there in that Patreon, man, because man, Rico got stories, man. All right, y'all. So let's get into this one. This is a video that O'Shea Duke Jackson made about these black women on TikTok.
Fair use.
O'Shea. I couldn't get in contact with him today, but I tried to get in contact with everybody else. But I mean, so anyway, thank you, Sister Q. Appreciate you. So this is black women on TikTok allowing their white boyfriend. Now, this is the only thing I don't like about O'Shea, and I understand why he does it. He won't say some. He won't never really qualify what he said because he's trying to get clicks and views.
That's why, remember I pushed back at you at the beginning, because that's what I said. He'll put it out, that narrative, and his subs will pick it up and run with that narrative. Because there's no balance. There's no sum when we know the percentage of black women who even date or are involved with is such a small, we're talking about maybe less than 1%.
I don't know, Rico.
No, it's a very small. It's more black.
It's very small. I would
for
say
black men. Black men who date outside their race is like 6 or 8%.
Yeah,
and we're double the number of black women that do it.
Yeah,
black men. We are double, almost triple the number. So if black men are at 6%, black women are probably at 2%. So, and I mean, that's fine. That's nothing wrong with it. But and this is not 100% of the ones who sit there and date white men. This is just this crazy motherfucker. So the total number might be, okay, we can add it up, all these crazy sisters that let these white men do it. It's 300. And it's like, and how many black women is it? Oh, it's about 8 million. So you're going to take 300 and paint another 7,999,700 with the behavior of these.
You know, Rico, this is all for clicks and views, man.
Right. That's all it is. Trying to go viral.
Yeah. But let's And he did a good job because we're talking about it. So let's go through O'Shea's video and see what he's got to say about it.
Yep. Of another group. And I see these things happening more frequently than they should. I see it with black men with white women, and then I'm seeing it now more or less with white women or black women and white men. And then you're doing it with a smile. You're happy to humiliate yourself for a guy who thinks it's funny. But let me just tell you this. You think that guy respects you, huh? I'm going to tell you something. Any man who would do something like that to you doesn't respect you. He doesn't love you. He don't respect your people. But you know what? Some people are okay with being the token person because just because he likes me doesn't mean that he's racist. Anybody that participates in something like that is a full-blown racist. I'm sorry. I could never do something
earlier,
like that.
Clarence, chaotic.
What do you say?
I said, remember the conversation earlier, chaotic?
Yeah.
Okay, continue on.
Yeah.
Continue on.
To a woman of another race, and I could come up with 100 cruel things and jokes I think I can do, but out of respect for that person and for her community that would not appreciate that, I would never even think about doing something like that. But these ladies would make themselves so readily available to those things, and then you complain if you go to someplace else and some other white person calls you the N-word or his family don't like you. Then you want to start getting mad and start trying to expose them. Then you want to come back to the black community and have your say. And the reality is that you need to deal with the situation on your own. All right? Just like the brother that was in Miami and he was talking about how he hated black women, and when the white woman, ended up.
Hi there. It's true. J.R. Ewing made me rich.
Stabbing him. What could you say? How could he be defended?
All right, Rico. What do you got to say about this, man? What is going on here? What's going on?
Fucking stupid. I don't put a lot of stock in it. It's an isolated event. It's an isolated instance of self-degradation and fucking just utter stupidity. I mean, just utter stupidity. I just don't want the narrative to be painted that this is even remote. The percentage of these black, and it looks like half of them are biracial. So that's a whole nother slant on it too, because I only saw a handful of them that were unambiguously and completely 100% black. The majority of them looked like they were biracial, but we would still classify them as black, and that's fine too. But, if they're biracial, they probably grew up around a lot of white people. And when you are like that, you end up growing up with that old fucked up white humor. And some of it does border on racism. Even the white people with that fucked up humor who don't think they're racist will say racist shit.
Paula Dean?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, and in their mind and in their hearts, they're not really racist. But They say racist shit. And I told you earlier, if you can be a black person and be racist, because if you have an ideology of superiority, and like I said, the worst part is you got black people who think white people are superior.
Right.
So yes, it makes you a racist if your ideology and your thought and pattern and your belief and your values is that the white is better than black. Just you being black, that's no pass for you to say or believe that way. You can believe it if you want to, but you a fucking racist. You don't get to define the definition of racism. Racism is not a person, it's an ideology. So I'm just glad that, and I'm going to say it and I'm going to say it again. Thank God when you got this is a combination of ignorance and the desire. This is also a reflection of social media, the need for everybody wanting to go viral for any and everything. People will sit there. I mean, literally, we're at the space now where people are willing to utterly embarrass themselves in the most sickening way if it'll make them go viral. Is this much worse than the fucking lick the toilet challenge? when motherfuckers was running around licking toilets, where people's asses was.
Horrible. Yeah, that's horrible.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like this is they look for whatever of shock value. So they think, unfortunately, they think racism is funny. Oh, it's gonna be shock value. So we're gonna use racism. You know?
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing. This is lick the toilet challenge, but racism instead of the fucking toilet for the shock value.
Let me ask you.
And I also say just like the toilet, it's not the majority of people.
Okay,
it was a small sliver. What?
Let me ask you a question, Rico.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now particularly in this. Doggone it. Hold on. There we go.
Stop ducking them predators.
Yeah, man, I gotta stop paying these people, man. Be like Anton.
Yeah, all right, so how that motherfucker find me?
Okay, let me ask you a couple questions, Rico. Number one, is this dude racist? He's holding her shirt like that, but yet you could obviously see they have a baby.
I mean, I don't know. I would have to know more, but they're playing into.
I'm just talking about just off of what you're looking at.
Just off what I'm looking at, no. He looked like he could. I couldn't say it was any more than maybe a woman beater at best, because it looked like he being physical and aggressive with a female. That's it.
Okay. Number two, is she? Because O'Shea said that she was. These people are degrading themselves. Do you think she's degrading?
Yeah, I mean, he might, because I think he might have saw the videos in full. I mean, I say they're degrading themselves. And I'm taking him at his word that it's a race themed video that they're trying to play out, that they're race role playing. I'm taking them at his word for it. I don't know if they're actually doing it. Maybe they're doing fake woman beating shit. I don't know. Like I said, I'm taking him at his word for it. He said that this is what's going on. And that's the only time. And that's why I say I haven't seen or heard much about it other than the O'Shea video. I haven't seen this on anybody else's radar or heard anybody else talking about it. So that tells me that there's not a lot of us out there doing it. And that's a good thing. But one is too many.
Right. I agree with you. Okay. But before I go on my thing, the last question I wanted to ask you is this a big deal? Should we be watching out for this as a trend?
No. No, I just think I think the trend, the big deal here is this generation will do anything and everything to include to demean themselves and to even cause themselves physical, personal, professional, emotional harm trying to go fucking viral. This social media is the new crack. Social media is crack cocaine. They out here, I'll suck your dick if you make me go viral. It's crack cocaine. It is the need. I think there are those who would rather be more famous than rich. That's how bad this social media is. And that's what I think is what is the problem. That's all this is to me. It's a reflection of a desire to want everybody to say, oh, did you see so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so? So no, this is not anything at all. You know, I would have to see more evidence of it come out with more frequency to be remotely alarmed by this. I don't see the vast majority of my sisters putting up with this shit. Because they wouldn't. I ain't never known nothing. Shit. Let me grab one of them goddamn ones that I was married to. Shit. There'd be some furniture turning. Yeah, I'm telling you.
Do it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me say my spin on it. I think that it's not a good look. I mean, if you guys are out there doing that, I would not be doing it for much longer. It's not a good look. I know you probably feel like, hey, I have such a good relationship with this white person that I can do this and I don't feel threatened by it. It's just that person doing this. But it's the overall look. And that's the thing that makes it look so bad. It makes you look bad. It makes the white person looks bad. Mm-hmm. And they may not have had any bad intentions. And so it just makes everybody look bad. So my suggestion is, you guys that's doing this, stop it. Don't do it no more, because it's not a good look at all. It's not a good look. And really, somebody could really spin it. If they really want to spin this thing, they could really spin it into something really bad. All right, Rico, we got one more topic.
Okay.
Are you familiar with a lady named Kendra G?
Yeah, a little bit. She's she's the Chicago radio personality, I believe.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And she has had a long running problem with Kevin Samuels. This video is also by O'Shea. She's had a long going feud with Kevin Samuels.
Yeah. But let's put it in this context. O'Shea, when he does his videos, he do them tilted with Kevin Samuels' dick in his mouth. So let's be honest about that.
So
any video that he does on any topic is Kevin's my daddy and he can do no wrong and everybody hate him. And he just does.
No, what he usually does is he says, I put Kevin on. He usually
but he never at any point finds fault with anything Kevin does. And while I think I've heard some of the discourse between Kevin and Miss Kendra G. First of all, she's pretty popular. She's a big DJ, at least in Chicago. And he'll take a snippet or a sound bite out of context and play it to make it to make her seem like a fool, and she's not. That's all I wanted to say. I don't know her, but she doesn't come across to me as just she has her feud with him. And you know, when you get a feud with a motherfucker, you like a dog with a bone. I'm the same way. If I'm feuding with somebody, anything that come up about them, I'm trying to drag their ass, but they try to drag me too. So when Kevin picked these fights with these women, he should expect it. So O'Shea, take his dick out your hand and let him fight these fights himself. I don't know why O'Shea's always out here jumping on grenades for Kevin.
Well, this one is not entirely about Kevin. It's actually about Kendra G. But the market says once you go white, your credit gets right.
Yeah, but I'm saying O'Shea's out here attacking Kendra G on Kevin's behalf. She ain't say shit about his ass.
I don't know if he's attacking her. I think he's just.
It's hard, but see, it's hard for me to take serious the words of a nigga that's gonna try to pimp a woman that look like him.
What you mean?
You know, the dude did the video of him when he was trying to pimp out these
O'Shea.
Yeah, in Uganda.
Yeah, no, man.
And I'm like, but how you gonna pimp out a bitch that look like you?
Bro.
That's like you telling me, Rico, this is my fine hoe, and then she turn around and I see your face. I'd be like, yikes!
No.
That's it.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Well, I tell you, hey, this is my top chick, and she turn around and look like me with a beard and shit. You'd be like, what the fuck?
Right, Rico.
That's my point. I'm like, you gotta have a baddie. He didn't have no baddie.
What you gotta do, man, is not making all these absolutes, brother. We just listen to the information that he's given, and then we can decide once we hear the information, brother, what's going on.
I've already decided he's full of shit.
That's what I'm saying. You can't do that, brother. You gotta be open. You gotta
catch me when I'm wrong. Catch me when I'm wrong.
All right, so this is O'Shea talking about Kendra G. Kendra G is going to go off on black women because black women are tearing up her comment sections, saying how whenever she tries to sit down one of these black women and tell them on her show, she has a dating show, and whenever she sits down with one of these black women and tries to tell them, hey, has a heart-to-heart conversation with them when they have 3 children from 3 different dads, and they say they want a high-value man or a dude making $200,000, $300,000. She tries to sit them down and tries to break it down to them, and give them more realistic vision of what they should be looking for. The women go off on her, and so now.
Can I say one thing before you start?
Yes, sir.
Black people, get the fuck out of the dating business. We are fucking horrible at it.
Agreed,
we are fucking horrible in the dating business. I have not seen one dating coach, pastor, or anybody that has done anything positive in the dating realm. Stay the fuck out of it. Let these people pair up the way they choose to pair up. Because we're not making a bad situation any better.
Okay, Rico, are you saying The dating coaches should get out of the dating market, or the
Yeah,
people
because
dating?
the black ones for sure. I don't know about the white ones. I wouldn't go to them anyway. But all the black ones are horrible.
They are, but you got to
All
admit,
of them, every last
you
one.
got to admit, you got to admit, Rico.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of black people just do not listen when it comes to dating.
That's fine, listen. But the dating, they shouldn't listen to none of these motherfuckers either.
Yeah, a lot of them are unqualified. I would give you
they
that.
They are not qualified. They're horrible.
Yeah.
And again, right, if they're not going to listen, then they're not going to listen. And they're strictly in it just for the money. Exactly. I agree with you, Army Vet. That's who you need to go to for advice. Your damn daddy. Somebody with a vested interest in your success, not somebody looking for coin.
Yeah. I agree.
So Kendra G, sit down, shut the fuck up, and come up with another show. Don't come up with dating. The whole well, I'm not getting paid. Yes, you are. You're getting paid by the radio station for putting that shit on.
Yeah, Army Vet, thank you for your service.
And if you're not getting paid directly, they're getting paid off of the entertainment of your ass looking stupid.
Hey, but Rico, I think we're on our way, man. Let's listen. We might be on our way with Kendra G jumping out of the game.
Kendra G has come out with a very particular message talking to black women about how she, is tired of their entitlement, their rude behavior towards black men, and their lack of accountability. Now, I know that you don't believe what I have to say. So, Dima, play that clip.
Let me address some comments because I'm tired of it. I'm really tired of whenever I have to have a direct moment with a woman, Kendra, you're being insensitive. You're making people feel low. Don't watch my show. If that's how you feel, do not watch it. Because when I have a man up here, there's nothing but women. Actually, let me talk about this. I have a guy on my Facebook page right now who's in a jacuzzi. And there are so many women in the comments saying he's gay, he's this, he's a sissy, he's giving me feminine vibes. You women don't have any problems expressing yourself when it's something negative to a male. But let a woman come up here and we have to have a real talk moment. All of a sudden, I don't like this show because I feel low. You don't like this show because your ass don't want to take direct criticism. And you know what? That's why your ass is going to be watching me as long as I do the show. And you ain't going to get a man.
Okay, Rico.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense so far? Does that make sense?
No, she's not qualified.
Why is she not qualified, Rico?
Because she's not. She I guarantee she has zero fucking
because
credentials.
You're not strong
she
enough.
Has zero credentials. All she is, just like all the rest of them, I hooked my girl up. That's like me sitting there coming to you, Clarence, hook me up. And you introduce me to somebody. Now you a dating coach. No, nigga, you just hooked me up. That's it.
What is a qualified dating coach, Rico? What credentials do they have to have?
They should start with having been at least at a minimum being credentialed in as a life coach. They should have some sort of credentials in like conflict resolution. They should have some credentials in and you can be credentialed in a series of classes or studies that you can pull together. And it's because the thing is a certified dating coach, that's a moving target. It's whatever the fuck each of these individuals say it is.
Right.
So they just make it up. There's no university, there's no course. But dating falls in the realm of life skills. Even that is somewhat made up, but they do have more courses for that, So, again, dating is a part of all sorts of things. I would think you would need a financial coach, a life coach, maybe a personal trainer. You need all this shit to be an effective dating coach because all of that is part of dating. Most people, again, you know what you're looking for. Dating coaches nowadays, they're nothing more than matchmakers, and matchmakers just go out and get good-looking people of certain financial income, this, that, whatever, and show you fucking pictures. But matchmakers are not dating coaches. They tell you, you come to me, okay, Clarence, you this age, you that age, you this, that, and all that. Then you go out and you get a bunch of stuff that you think, and then you put that forward and say, okay, these women are looking for a guy like you, Clarence. So let's go out on a date with each one of them and see which one you pick. Like that. Yeah, you can get solid game anywhere. I'm not telling, but see, the point I'm saying is you don't need to go to a dating coach. That's what I'm saying. Is a dating coach is saying, I'm not giving you some advice. A dating coach is saying, I'm going to get you to winning in the game of dating.
Right.
I'm going to get you to winning in the game of dating. And they cannot guarantee that outlook.
Well,
they can't guarantee you're going to be winning. And no matter what you do, they always going to come back and say, you didn't do something right. It's always going to be on you.
Perfect game.
And they're giving you, and some will give you a little bit of good advice. They're giving you common fucking sense. Right. If you listen to any of them, they're giving you just common sense. They're giving you advice, Simmer. The advice that dating coaches give out is information that 99.9% of their clients already have. They ain't telling you nothing you don't already know. So what are they giving you?
I think they might be, if you listen, like I've watched.
But you already know. So if you already know, here's the thing. If you already know the information and you're not doing it, then you ain't listening. So me telling you is doing what?
Rico, they don't know. They in such a
they
glass
know.
bubble.
They know.
No. Some of these women are in a glass bubble, Rico. They don't know. They don't know.
Clarence.
They think that they can pull this off.
Clarence.
Some of them. Yes.
Clarence.
Yes.
No, they
yes,
don't.
Sir.
No, they don't. They don't. They don't. These 40, 50-year-old women, they know, everybody knows where they can afford to shop. Everybody knows where they can afford to shop.
How do you know that, Rico?
Everybody knows, because life teaches you.
But
you can be, okay, Clarence, me and your old ass can be all we want. Oh, I'm going down there at the club and I'm going to give me one of them little 25-year-old because I'm and be shaking our little fat ass and our old ass is all we want. And when we get tricked and 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 we get tricked, we fucking know. We know. Because them little young girls are just tricking our ass and getting us to spend money on them over and over and over and over and over again. Life is going to teach your ass. And then after a while, we be like, I'm going over here to the fucking old club with these old gals because they will learn. There are people who are hard-headed and stubborn.
Yes.
I think it's more men than women because we're always trying to punch above our weight. We traditionally try to lead with our wallet.
Right.
So while it is true, I just think these women, I think if anything, these delusional women that come on these talk shows talking about wanting a high value man, you know what they're addicted to? Talking. That was their thing. Oh, I got the girl. I got to go to you see me tell her I'm gonna get a high value man. She ain't even looking for a high value man. She ain't never had one. She wouldn't know one if one bumped into her ass on the street. She can't even recognize. How you gonna say you looking for something when you don't know what it is you're looking for?
But Rico,
most of them don't even know what a high value man is.
Rico, and they really don't want one. They really don't want one.
But the whole point is, Kevin told you what it is, but they was never looking for it until he told them what it was. So if you tell me,
but they didn't know what it was.
If you tell me, well, Rico, she's 25, she's this tall, body, face look like this, sex like this. If you ask me if I want that, yeah, but I ain't looking for it. Why? Because I don't believe I can get it. I'm not looking for it. But if you offer it to me,
Rico,
nobody's going to say, nah, I don't want all that.
Rico,
go ahead.
You are assuming that everyone has got that same type of understanding. And I'm trying to tell you that they don't. There are some people that don't have that understanding.
Okay, so then we're talking about. Let
me explain, Rico. Let me explain.
Okay, no, go ahead.
Okay, there's people out here, there's women out here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they get into groups and instead of being honest and discussing the things that they are doing to bring men into their lives that are not good for them, what they'll say is the men are no good. They'll say men are no good. I just got to find the right type of man. The men are no good. But if you bring the same problem to all these men, good men are not going to hang around for problems. The average good man is not going to hang around for problems.
So, Clarence, so every woman will say a man ain't no good. Every woman, irregardless of whether she's looking for a high value or a low value. The ones that fucking around with Pookie and Ray Ray say they ain't no good. The ones fucking with the high value say they ain't no good. It doesn't matter where on the scale they are. That's just what women say.
But I'm just trying to tell you that some of these women, they know they lying. Some of these women don't.
Oh shit! I tell you, the majority of them are lying.
Know they're lying, Rico. They
That's
really
just
feel this way.
But Clarence, I agree with that. That's just the female talking point. Why are we even discussing a female talking point? That talking point is as old as time and will forever be spoken. What I'm saying is this false narrative that 90% of the women are only looking to date the top or be with the top 10% of men is so patently untrue.
Okay.
The bottom 20% of women in America, them motherfuckers know they ain't getting up but the bottom 20%. They know. They know. You ain't got the bottom 20% saying, I'm going to get me a high value man. Where the fuck you seen that at, Clarence?
No, I don't. But that's something that goes with hypergamy. Hypergamy is always looking for the
so she might say, right. So the bottom 20% might be saying, I'm going to get me a man with a job.
Right.
But she ain't asking for no fucking top 10%.
No,
so hypergamy is just looking to go up a step on the ladder.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. So that's fine. So
even though they got a bird in the hand, they're still looking in that tree.
Which is fine. Right. Which is fine. But they ain't nobody looking at, I'm going to jump several rungs of the ladder. It's not. So when you talk about that top 10%, you know who they desired by? The top 10% of women and maybe the next 10%. But the women that's okay, he's in the top 10% and she's in the top 40%. That woman knows she ain't got no motherfucking chance. She knows. Agreed. She don't move in those circles. She don't talk to those people. She don't even know what they are. The only people who know what the top 10% of men are is the top 10 or top 20% of women. Those are the only women that even know that these motherfuckers exist.
I would agree with you.
They're the only ones who even know that they exist.
They're the only ones that have access to them.
And they're the only ones who even know who they are, what type of jobs they do, because they're close enough to that stratus to know. But people that are so far down, I'm like, I don't know nothing about the top 10%, and I'm a six-figure man. I don't know enough about these motherfuckers. Are you kidding me? No, I don't move in those circles.
Hold on, Rico. Shout out to Jay Takashi. Army vet says 77% of Black children are born to single mothers. Ouch. They are choosing public housing, child support, and divorce over the Black man. What do you got to say about that, Rico?
I was only speaking to the 80-20 nonsense. I don't know if they're choosing. I know that statistic is correct. That 77% of Black children are born to single mothers. The only reason why I would push back on the public housing child support is because of the fact that all Black single mothers are not on public assistance.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You could, of that 77%, I guarantee you 30 to 40% of those women are not on public assistance. They work. They're still single mothers, but they work. I work with a lot of single Black mothers on my job. They ain't getting no housing. They ain't getting no assistance. Most of them ain't even been married, so they're not even choosing divorce.
Okay.
That's all. But that the 77% fact is true. They were never wedded, and they're not getting any sort of public assistance. They work where I work. They got a good paying job, and they got children. And they're not married to the daddy. And they're single mothers. So the percentage that are single mothers, period, fact. But the choosing That's the part. See, and that's the part that's being left out that we got to be honest about. Army vet is that all. See, the narrative. We can't say the narrative that all Black single mothers are on public assistance. That is patently untrue.
Right. Correct.
Patently untrue. And all of them weren't married. I'll be honest with you. Of all the single mothers, the vast majority of them were never married.
Correct.
Not divorced. They were never married. They just had children out of wedlock.
Correct.
So, if we, again, like I said, that's where I always say, when we get these manosphere talking points and things, you got to look at them honestly. But the 77% single mothers, 100% agree with. 100% agree with that. I can't argue with that fact. But the choosing the public housing and the divorce, that's just too easy to pick apart.
Well, Rico, a lot of women are choosing divorce. A lot of women are.
But but I mean, that could be 30% of them. And if we're going to talk about the 30% that choose divorce, what about the 70% that don't? See, we always want to argue the negative and ignore the positive.
But Rico, we're not talking about the ones that don't. We're talking about.
I know we don't care about the positive. We don't care if the positive is overwhelming. We're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at that negative. That's a much smaller number. The only large, but see, here's the large part. They want to talk about the big number when it's bad, because the first thing, 77% are born as single mothers. See, that's a big number. They wouldn't say that if they wouldn't come out and say 17% or 7%.
Right.
That don't sound bad enough. Oh, 77. See, you see how that plays? And now when you say, but half of that 77 ain't choosing no public housing, no food stamps, no nothing because they're working. Oh, and 90% of that 77% ain't choose divorce because only 10% of that 77 was ever married. We know Black women get married at the least rate.
Yes.
They're the least married, period. So the whole they choose divorce, y'all really got to throw that out. They're not even getting married.
Yeah.
Y'all got to take divorce out of the equation.
Well, I guess they're talking about the ones that are married, Rico.
But then you're talking about a much smaller number. Now, if you want that to be accurate, that 77% got to go down to about 15%. Because you talking about the married ones only. And of that 77%, probably 10% of that 77, which would be about 7.7, ever got married. If you look at
I think it's just a cumulative thing. I don't think it's like he's trying to separate this from it. I think it's just a cumulative.
So you're saying they either chose, but then if they either chose public housing, child support, and divorce, again, you have to reduce a nice. You probably, if that's the case, you got to take approximately maybe 25% out of that.
Okay,
because there are single mothers who get no child support, no public housing, and was never married.
I will agree with you with this. The divorce number will reduce the 70%. That would because that would mean that they were married and not single. So
public housing and child support would reduce.
However, well, let me take a step by step. 77% of Black children are born to single mothers. That is a nightmare. But why? Why is that happening, Army Vet? Why is that happening? Because of the men. The men are not vetting these women properly, and they're going out having casual sex with women that they don't want to have relationships with. But unfortunately, they're ringing the bell.
And I can't say that they don't want to have children with because you're having unprotected sex. So you're willing to take the risk to have children with. So you don't care.
Let's say it this way, Rico. Let's say it this way. Whether the child is conceived or not, they are not their issue when they're having sex with these people is most likely not the responsibility of being a parent. Would you agree with that?
Let me say that again.
That's not what drove them into trying to have sex with this person.
No,
it's probably their beauty appearance and the sexual intent.
Yeah, that wasn't the issue to have sex.
Okay, so therefore, that's what I'm saying. They didn't get into the situation. They most of these guys are just say, oh well, if a baby does come, she'll take care of it.
Right, but the bottom line is you can still go into it with the need of having sex, and there are things you can do to ensure that a pregnancy doesn't occur.
Well, you can, but Are most
There's
of these
things
guys
you can
doing
do to ensure that you don't get a woman pregnant.
I know, but most of these guys and women can do stuff to make sure they don't get pregnant.
Absolutely,
right?
both parties can.
But most of these people are not doing that.
Right.
Most
so
of
the
these
guy
people-
just can't come to me and say, "Well, I didn't want to have a kid." I'm like, that's not a form of birth control.
But what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying, Rico. They just not grasping the seriousness of the issue. They're just not grasping it. So therefore they're going into these situations and they just going, oh, well, I'm just gonna go do this, and if the worst come to worst, when she have a baby, I just won't call her back, right?
Okay.
Like Mr. Walker, I'm just not gonna call them back when they want me to participate further. I'm just not gonna answer their call, and that'll be that. But then now let's go to the second thing. They choose public housing. I don't think anybody's choosing public housing. I think what it is they're realizing that they look at past generations and they say, hey, it's good enough for my mom, it was good enough for my sister, it's good enough for me. And they're unwillingly choosing this lifestyle, right? Child support is not a choice. If you have a child, the court system is going to make sure that whoever is fathered that child is going to pay
a contribution, and they should, because if not, then that burden falls on the taxpayer.
Why me and Rico should be paying for your children.
Exactly.
There's no reason why I should be doing that. You should be paying for your own children.
And I'm not gonna pay. I'm not gonna pay for y'all little bastards.
Really? You want to run around? You want to run around and have 10, 11 children with 10, 11?
Then you won't take care of them little bastards.
Exactly. Don't look to me to pay for that. I don't want to pay for it.
No, you didn't pay for mine. I'm not paying for yours.
Exactly. And now in a divorce over the black man. So a lot of women. Now I will say this: women are divorcing at a higher rate than they were before, because women used to be the ones fighting to keep these relationships together, and now it's but that is really hurting women.
But once again, if we're going to have an honest conversation, we need to take black women out of there, because black women are married at substantially lower rates. So even when you say, like Mark, because I understand your comment, if they took the incentive to divorce couples who work hard, sure, that number still would be 67%. Because at best, only 10% of that 77 is ever been married.
But Rico, even let's
they've never been married.
Let's throw out married. Let's put in.
All right, so now you're at 70%. Now you're at 70%.
Long-term relationship. Okay, so they leaving these long-term relationships, married or no, they're leaving these long-term relationships,
and they're choosing what? Public housing, child support.
And they're choosing to get back into the dating market. That's what they choose. They're getting back. But they don't realize that at jumping into the dating market 10 years later, you got a different kind of guy chasing after you now. So that's the thing. See,
you're a different type of person.
This is what sexual market value is.
Yeah, you're different, but it changes for men too. It changed for me.
Yeah. But
it changed for me being older and a single father. I didn't have the same value.
We're talking about women. We're talking about.
I know, but I'm saying that's fine. You can talk about women.
And also, when they leave, they don't realize that now not only are you 10 years behind the game, but now you have competition that's out there, and the competition is what drives the market.
But the whole point is, I come back with the position, and I still will hold. They know this whole narrative that's painted that we just have this, and in particular, let's have the conversation.
Okay.
In particular, they're saying black women. So white women know, but black women too damn dumb to know. That's what they're saying.
No, Rico, stop right there.
Go ahead.
White women do know, because they are inherently taught this stuff. Black women are not. Black women are told that they are. They're.
All right. Let me do one more thing.
Okay.
Let me do one more thing.
All right.
As a black man, how the fuck you know what white women are taught inherently?
That's
we
true.
Believe we buy into the stereotypes.
Only go by their behavior, Rico.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Right. So we make these assumptions. Rico, let me finish. Let me finish. Right. See, you trying to cut me off. We make these assumptions about other communities and other ethnicities, because in doing so, we're trying to always paint ours as lesser than. This is sort of like that reverse racism where we're doing it to ourselves. we always, everything with a black woman, we'll say Latino women, Asian women, Hispanic women, white women, all this. And the speaker that's saying it, they're not Latino, they're not Asian, they're not white. They don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. It's a black male saying, putting black women down statistically or stereotypically, speaking on communities they have zero motherfucking evidence or information about. Zero. Fucking zero. So if you want to say that you believe that black women need to get better, that's fine. What are you talking about these other communities for? Because, nigga, you don't know nothing about them. You don't know nothing about them. But they use that as a hammer and a cudgel to beat on black women even more. Just say, sisters, y'all need to stop doing this shit. Y'all needed this. Y'all needed that. And this is what my experience is, how I see it. What the fuck does Latino? Because I can tell you, being married into that community, they got the same motherfucking shit wrong with them that sisters got. The same shit. White ones got the, yes, at the same motherfucking proportion. At the same proportion. And here's the difference. In certain areas where black women may be behind, say, a Hispanic woman, it may be about 1 or 2 percentage points. Okay, so when you put up that stat about 77% of black kids are born, put up the Hispanic stat. It ain't like it's, oh, they down there in the single digits. They're not. They're in the double digits too. And it's climbing.
I agree.
That's what we got to stop doing.
But Rico, see, just because we're pointing out issues of black women doesn't mean we're saying everybody else is fine.
But that's the first thing you said was when I asked you, I said, we know they're talking about black women. The first thing you said, no, white women are being taught differently, and I know that inherently. And I'm like, no, you don't. And it's not necessarily true.
What I'm saying is, okay, if that's the way you took it, let me rephrase
that's
it.
the way you said it.
What I'm saying it. What I'm saying is,
rephrase it.
Okay, let me rephrase it then.
Okay.
Because I believe that, but I'm gonna rephrase it so that you can understand it better. I'm looking at their behavior. And
it is your belief.
Rico, I'm not gonna be able to say anything if you keep interrupting me. Rico.
I'm trying to save you.
I know you're gonna get me. I know.
I'm trying to keep you in the community. You about to get kicked out the cookout.
I'm gonna get a chaotic pack. I'm gonna get
you about to get kicked out the cookout. Coming in here with fucking raisins in your damn tater salad with raisins. You about to get kicked out.
All right. So what I'm saying, Rico, is that I'm saying that their community is more honest with them. I think black men, because they're so loving, black men are so loving, they're not as, I'm talking about as a group. Yes, there's some black men that are straight out like yourself, but as a group, our hearts are so big. We don't want to just say things just to, and hurt their feelings, even though it might be the truth. We don't want to say things that hurt their feelings. So we won't, even as fathers, as grandfathers, we won't say certain things to our women. But unfortunately, sometimes that may hurt them. Whereas in the white community, I'm based on their behavior and how they look at, they are more quicker to try to mate select earlier than black women seem to be. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying, because it seems like they know, hey, either the mother, the father, or whoever is telling them, hey, the clock is ticking on you. The clock is ticking on you. Whereas we don't do that in the black community.
But even if you take, okay, I will agree with that. But even if you take the narrative that they mate select earlier, right? They still mate select just as poorly. Because the rate of divorce in their community is equal to ours. That's what I'm saying. So the fact that they fuck up earlier and we fuck up later, we both fucked up.
Okay,
we just fuck up later. They fucked up earlier. Okay.
JP asked the question, how can you believe that white women are somehow raised different from us? They are, JP, when we are all educated with and fed in the same community.
Thank you, JP. JP for the win. JP for the W. Clarence get an L. Thank you, JP.
But JP,
you are correct.
They are raised differently. They
No,
already.
they're just they're.
Well, I'm talking about in certain with relating to certain things and
Their
certain
culture is in America. We're all pretty much, for the most part, the same. But culturally, there are some differences.
Thank you. Come on now.
I get it. But I'm sitting there saying is, in most spaces, the outcomes for them are almost equal to ours. The only difference is they're playing in a more favorable system that's
Correct.
more favorable to their ethnicity.
Correct. I would agree with that.
If they were playing it, let's flip it. Instead of this being a white dominated country, it was a black dominated country.
Okay.
You don't think those birth rates would flip?
Of course they would. Yeah. But I never said they would.
People don't even want to bring that into the conversation. Where I'm like, okay, let's flip it now. Black dominated, and the wealth gap wouldn't flip. The birth rate wouldn't flip. The mass incarceration wouldn't flip. All these things wouldn't flip.
But Rico, that's
yes
just
or
because
no?
Just because I'm talking about this situation doesn't mean I think that situation is okay.
No,
that's
I'm just right. I'm only saying so when we say that, and I'll let you say it because there's a sliver of truth to what you're saying. Is I'm saying the problem I have with is when black men in particular of us choose to discuss it, we discuss these things and we leave so much of that out, and we act like we're just so dismissive as if they just lazy or they just this or they just that and they just not trying hard enough and all that other bullshit. And I'm like, that's not necessarily true.
Yeah, but Rico, you gotta. This is like Sam said, bro. You gotta put the slingshot down, Rico. Let brother C talk. Let brother talk. Right?
All right, you on the clock. You on the clock. You on the clock. You're wasting time.
All right. So my point is, like you said, culturally, yeah, we may have the same information on a cursory level, but culturally, when we get inside each other's homes, culturally, we're gonna be taught some different things. Like in a white community, you know, they're not as much pushed to or it's not a good thing. Like in a black community, it's like, oh girl, enjoy yourself and wait as long as you can and then get into a marriage. Whereas in the white community, based on their behavior, I see that in the things, if you look at online and see that they are really pressured into getting into to mate select a lot earlier. And that's all I'm saying. That's why they now, like you said, Rico, they have really high failure rates. Mm-hmm. They have really high failure rates. So that's not why I'm not saying they're more successful. I'm saying they put more attempts on the board. That's all I say. They put them up earlier.
I agree with that.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Now, all right. You cleaned it up.
If you just let me finish,
you come back to the cookout.
Interrupting me.
You can come back in the cookout. Leave that motherfucking potato salad in the car. We don't want the fucking raisins.
Hey, anybody out there, if any of y'all got some money to put on the cash app for Rico, so I can get him, so I can make sure he got his drink full all the time. Therefore, he won't fight with me so much.
That was good, man. Good cleanup.
All right, man. Let's finish up with Kendra G. Let's see what she got to say about the situation.
To woman up, it made me realize there's some shit you got to get together. Okay, so I'm really done with the sensitive women that watch the show that are always complaining when I got to give a woman real talk. And I do it in the most sensitive way as possible. If you guys ever notice, it's exhausting. It really is. So I don't want you to watch my show no more. If you feel as though I'm making someone feel low, this show ain't for you. Go do something else with your Saturday night, with your Friday night, with your life. Because I'm over it. Especially when women are literally more mean than the men on my show. Go to the comments on my page. It is 80% women saying the negative things. I'm over that shit. So if you guys can dish it, learn how to take it. And it's that simple. I'm not going to sit up here walking on eggshells, talking to women when they got crazy.
Okay. All right, Rico. I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Samuels is dogged out for the way he talks to women. He
Mm-hmm.
is complete, because they say he is pretty much heartless the way he tells them. Here, this is a black woman talking to black women in a nice way, and she's still getting flack for it. What's going on?
People don't want to hear it. Period. That's fine. But I don't think you should sit there. I mean, whether you talk to them nice and they don't want to hear, or you talk to them, I don't think talking to them like shit makes you get the message across. I don't believe that gets your message across any better. You know, I just think people don't. The statement that's up here, Kendra G is trying her best to stay on code, but she's slowly starting to realize that it's impossible to give relationship advice to most women. Period. It is. That's a truism.
Right.
That's why I said we need to get the fuck out of the dating business. We're no good at it anyway. And it's all just advice.
But Rico, if we get
the best advice to give somebody on dating, grow the fuck up. Just grow up. Grow up and become a fucking adult, and you'll figure it out.
Okay, but if we get all these people out of the dating market, all of these relationships,
we'll go right back to the way. We'll go right back to having an abundance of fucking marriages and children as we did before we had dating coaches.
Okay. Maybe so.
Yes,
I
we ain't gonna be no worse off.
But I do know this. If we get rid of all of these people, where are the people going to go for this information?
The same place they was going before these motherfuckers started hustling us. These hustlers that came out. These hustlers came out of nowhere and said, I smell a lick. I smell a lick. Grab that book, the good book. And the Lord said, I smell a lick. Get me the plate, girl. Somebody pass the hat. Pass the hat. That's all it is. That's all this is, man. Come on. Come on.
Hey, but Rico, there's people out here that don't know. There's women out here that don't know how to get men. There's men out here that don't know how to get women.
Then you know
and what we used to do, Rico, we used to go to the church, or we used to go to mama and daddy to get this information.
They don't know what to do. If they don't know what to do, what will happen? These marriageless women will then start to go to married women and seek advice. And more than likely, they will go to someone that's close to them or maybe related to them and get better advice that way, rather than a motherfucking stranger on YouTube or someone for coin.
Agreed.
That's or they just gonna end up an old spinster. And either which way, we're fine. But what I'm sitting there saying is, what these so-called dating coaches are doing is they're just making shit worse, and they're doing it for coin. You can't substantiate any evidence, any relationship that I've seen or heard of a soul. I'm sure there's a few. For the amount that was been paid and the number of dating coaches, the success rates are far too low.
They're horrible. They are horrible.
They are horrible.
They're horrible. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what I'm saying. That's evidence that they're not any fucking good and they're not qualified. So the whole thing, she's fed up. Good. All you motherfuckers need to get out of it. Because the problem is they're in it for the money, and that's all they're thinking about.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You're talking about my love and my life, and all you thinking about is the coin. Damn, Rico called again. Did this nigga pay his bill or what? Let me check. I mean, just there's no investment by people who doing it for coin. You go to your family members, your pastor, your friends, people are in solid, because that's what you're going to do. That's what people would do. They would look and say they're in a long-lasting, loving, committed relationship. Booty, booty, boot. And he got some boys and she got some girls, and people will hook each other up. And we actually had better rates when friends was hooking friends up.
Right.
Because people were invested.
Agreed.
It's horrible with these motherfuckers. Once they get their money, you say goodbye. Get out my face. I'm done. I ain't gotta talk to you anymore. I don't care.
Right. Well, she's her thing is she has a dating show on, I think, Thursday and Friday and Saturday.
But think about it. When your wife hook up one of her girlfriends with one of your friends and they start having problems, y'all got to get in and try to help them fix it. Come on now, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Because you guys are invested. You have friendship.
My wife, man, my wife has a good friend. And we were just starting to date, right? And so my wife was so, thrilled about being in a relationship. She tried to hook her friend up with one of my friends. I said, hey man, do not hook these two up. This guy is no good for her. She was like, no, I bet you she could really change him. And I said, nah, this dude is no good. I mean, he's a funny guy to hang around with, but as far as like trying to be in a relationship with him, no. I'm telling you, you're gonna do your
too much a hoe.
Huh?
Say he too much a hoe.
It wasn't even the fact that he was a hoe, man. He was just irresponsible, man. He was just very incompetent. But he was a funny cat. You know what I'm saying? He was the type of guy. He'd be like a fourth string guy. You guys go hang out, go bowling or something. He was a funny dude. But as far as like being in a relationship, this dude couldn't even tie his own shoes. So why would you be in a relationship with him? But anyway, so she hooked him up, and man, her friend went out on a date with this dude. She came back. She was so mad at my wife. My wife was like, "Why you didn't tell me?" I said, "I tried to. I told you."
Your ass didn't listen.
You didn't listen. I told you not to put them.
Well, there you go. That's what we said. We know black women don't listen. I'm like, okay, but you know what? The number one. You want to know what the number one fucking problem me and my wife have nonstop?
Okay.
I mean, to the point where sometimes I'm like, I'm about to leave this motherfucker. I'm so sick of her ass. She won't listen.
Yeah.
And the same thing with her girlfriend, whose husband was crying. He was like, I was like, well, why did she? Because they had we both got like one of them sleep number beds. And I'm like, okay, they moved out of apartment into a house. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, Sandra, you paying them to come over here? How much to do what? Oh, I gotta pay them $100 to come over here to unhook the bed. And then when we gotta move the bed to the house, and then they'll pay them another $100 to come and hook it back up. Them motherfuckers came over to her house and pulled out 4 fucking air tubes. And what? $100. Her husband was so motherfucking mad. I'm like, Jose, I told Sandra I seen them deliver mine, and it ain't shit to it that she don't need them to do it. I told her, my wife was telling me, leave her alone. She want to get it done right. I'm like, that shit is too easy. When her husband saw he was ready to fight, I was like, I told. He said, but Rico, she don't fucking listen. I said, they don't listen to shit. They don't. So when I sit there and tell you how some of the same pains I went through with my 2 black wives, I'm going through the same shit.
Yeah.
It's no difference. None. Family, none. I'm just with somebody different.
Yeah.
That's it. There's no fucking difference. The same stubbornness, the same, I know what I'm doing. And then when they fuck up, they pick up the phone, they're calling you, and you got to come bail them out.
Exactly, right.
And then when I call and bail them out, I bet not say nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
you gotta be happy to do it, huh?
I told your ass not to do it. You did it and fucked it up. And when I come bail you out, I can't even say I told you so. You better, I'm telling you, man. And that's what I'm saying. They don't want to listen. So that goes back to this statement here. And I'm like, I get it. They don't want to listen. That's why I said I don't know why the whole women. I'm like, but it's been my whole life. This shit ain't nothing new. That's just this is all men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Okay. Dudes, just accept they're fucking different. They behave differently. They look at us the same way. I can imagine the shit my wife say about me when I ain't around. I can imagine.
Rico, it's a whole different ball game nowadays.
It ain't that different. I'm telling you. I'm watching.
Well, I'm talking about.
It ain't that different.
As far as vetting women had a certain understanding at a certain.
That's because they don't vet. And my thing is, I think their expectations of each other is too high. That's what I think. for me, if I had to say what was the greatest and the most problem, is both of them expect too much from the other. I've been successful in my, I mean, shit, I hate to use the word successful. I'm on my third marriage. That don't sound very successful. But ain't none of them killed me simply because of the fact that, I'll be honest with you, I don't come into the shit with a lot of high expectations. I come in with basic expectations, and anything you do above that, you exceed it. Now, there's certain things that I won't tolerate, like disrespect. So even if you exceeding it, and even if I'm looking for you to come in at a 5 and you hit at 500, you disrespect me. I don't give a fuck. You back down to a 1. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just certain things that are just non-negotiable to me, and certain things I'm not going to put up with. But I don't come in with no unrealistic expectations of a mate. And I tell them, don't have none of me. Even though I think I always exceed everything that they ask for. I mean, I'm not setting the bar for something that I'm not going to be able to meet. That's crazy. You set yourself up for failure.
All right,
the only place I really screw up on that is when I be talking that bedroom game when I first meet them. I be talking too much shit. Oh, girl, I'm going to tear it up every motherfucking day nonstop.
All right, Rico, I'll be right back. Let me go to the bathroom, brush my teeth. Come back, Rico snoring. Ah. Yeah, doggy Rico. All right, man. So let me read what Army Vet said. Army Vet said, I was a drill sergeant. Young men that are raised by single women, we had to retrain their mindset. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
An emotional black man is dangerous. I think an emotional man is dangerous, period, man. A man that runs on his emotions is definitely dangerous.
If you can't control them, yeah.
No, and they don't have a line of demarcation where they say, "Hey, I'm not willing to cross this line."
Yeah.
A man that's emotional will jump any fence, hop any fence to get to where he's trying to get to.
Yeah.
All right, man. So let's finish up with Kendra G so we can open up the calls, and then we take a few calls. We'll take a few calls, and then we're gonna call it a day, Rico.
Okay.
All right.
Realize because you guys are so freaking sensitive. Woman up. Maybe it's time for you to do something in your life and kind of get your shit together. Have you ever thought of that? Absolutely. There's men up here that got crazy shit going on. I talk to them every night. But guess what? Y'all in that same pool at times, but y'all don't want to admit it. So I'm over it. So if you feel as though I'm insensitive, I'm mean, and you can't handle it, my show ain't for you, boo. Go somewhere else. I'm over it. I really am. Every single time. So, I mean, we can just keep lying and just saying, oh, you know what? That sounds good. And then what's going to happen? Ain't no change going to happen. Because when I do stuff, it really comes from a good place. Whether you understand that or not, I'm telling you this from a good place. I'm not a mean-hearted person. I really am not. But you have to give truth if you want to get results. If we keep beating around the bush, saying the same old bullshit, you're not going to get nowhere. And it's because everybody just trying to be too kind. But y'all not even kind. That's what gets me. Y'all not even kind. Y'all are.
Yeah, we're not kind. Not we, but I think she's talking about black women. They're saying they're not kind in her discussing her situation. I just put the link out, y'all. You know, I know most of y'all probably at work. Yeah, you can't tap in, but if you can't tap in, we're gonna give you about 10, 15 minutes to tap in, and then we're gonna start wrapping things up. But yeah, Rico, she said that the women are not kind, and so that's why a lot of the issues she's having with trying to slow them down. I
think part of that is, and I think they was talking about the young lady, somebody else, I think Love Dorsey, she did a stream, and there are Love Dorsey, right?
Yeah, I know.
Let's face it, there is a school of women and men that are just fucking mean people. It just is. But I can't.
It's just mean people. I love that.
Yeah, we gotta be careful with painting, and I'm constantly pushing back the totality of black women being painted with the characteristics of a few. Okay? you know, or a small percentage. So
it's like, I know what you're talking about, Rick. You're talking about like, you're talking about the ones like the needs of the many outweigh the many of the few. Right. I know what you're saying. Like where like it's not all of them. Like it's just like the very select few you're naming that are like that. It's not all of them. I'm seeing both what you and Clarence are saying when I've been hearing you, because I watched this just early this morning.
And are you seeing it in your real life? That's what's more important, Jay.
Have I seen it in my real life? A few girls, maybe.
Right,
wow.
But not of all the black women that you come in contact with, you cannot say that the majority of them are just mean and nasty. But we do know that they're out there.
Yeah, because there's a difference between how they act at work as opposed to when they leave work. I'm gonna say that right now, because some of them are mothers. Like I said, I know single mothers. I know how they act.
And some people are very antisocial. People do have trouble with socialization skills. They're antisocial because some people are socially awkward. Some people, I went through, like Clarence, you haven't, like, I'm like, shit, I ain't never smiled. I just don't. And people look at me and just think, well, he don't never smile. I'm like, don't fucking mean I'm mad. I just don't want to smile.
My parents say that. Hey, listen, honestly, my parents say that shit about me. Like my mom said, like, well, you can't smile when you come home.
And you be like I thought I was. You know, I'm like, it's fucked up. I don't know how to smile. When I smile, I be like,
it looks fake though. But yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Face don't feel right.
Rico got that fake smile, fake like.
I mean, I don't know how to make a genuine smile. My wife would smile. I mean, just some stupid looking shit.
I can't do it.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
What's up, Jay,
man?
My stomach.
Just worse. I hate this shit. Leave me alone.
Don't listen to Rico, man. Don't listen.
Yo, man, I'm gonna be in the hospital. What the fuck?
Don't listen to Rico, man. Don't listen.
Yo. I know what Rico's saying, though. I get what Rico's saying, though. But no. I saw this video earlier this morning, and I mean, I'll be real. On one hand, I agree with Rico, but on the other hand, I agree with that. Like I said, because I'm split. Because Kendra G technically is correct. Some of y'all ladies are just really mean, and y'all not really hearing what she has to say. And it's just like I said, we live in a field before reels world. Is really what it is. And it's like, well, I didn't like how it was said, so therefore I'm gonna comment and say whatever. And the thing is, you do not have to be there to actually listen. The same with Kevin Samuels. You do not have to be here in order to tune in the channel. You can always click that X at the top of that corner or hit the arrow for back to go watch something else. I've always said that. You can always do that. Even when it comes to me and my stuff, you can do that. But when it comes, like, there's this thing that when people, you're taking a select group and you're trying to paint a narrative to make it seem like, no, this is what it really is. And I'm like, dude, have you lived my life, really? I hardly see that shit. Now, there's some cats that be, yeah, dude, I live in a place where most of these motherfuckers have their pants hanging from their ass. That's real. That's everywhere. Yeah, I'm going to say it's everywhere because I see it everywhere. At work or at home or when I'm walking around. Yeah, that's everywhere. That's not a pen and narrative, nigga. That's everywhere. I can't count on one hand when I haven't seen a boy not do it unless he's a freaking businessman. His pants are up. Pull up your damn trousers, nigga. But what's up, Doberman? I think it's a matter of if you really. I'm trying to say this in a way that people can understand it. I hate to have to dumb this shit down. I personally hate it. I'm not saying anybody in the audience is dumb when I say that, guys. I'm trying to say it to where everybody can understand, like to where Joe on the corner can understand it. Okay, so there's this thing called ability, the ability to, you know the whole saying of you should be seen and not heard, right?
Right.
So you're hearing somebody, but you don't want, no. It's like you don't want to be seen, but you want to be heard when you're commenting something. That's what I apply it to. The situation is what this is. So you don't really care what she has to say. If it makes you feel negative any type of way, you just feel the need to comment and just not to hear the point out. That makes you very ignorant in that regards, because you need to hear what she's saying in order for you to get in order for you to understand. Like I said, because how else are you going to understand the mechanics of what she's talking about that's going to help you, or maybe hear the situation of what the other person's going through, if you're just going to be ignorant. And I say ignorant, I'll be honest, ignorance is like, it's a terrible thing. At the same time, it can be used in terms of people who are smart that use it when it needs to be done. Like, when they say ignorance is bliss, and everybody knows what that means. Because, like, I don't need to know about your married life. That's something between you and your husband. You'll fix that out. That ain't my business. I tell my boy that all the time, brother. That's your business to fix. Don't hook me up with one of her friends. Let me worry about me, which I talked about earlier, Rico. Don't hook me up with them. I'm cool. They wouldn't fit my cup of tea because I'm so chill, and I come with some disability, one disability in particular when it comes to my body. So no, no, don't do that. And the thing is, you have to really understand, like, ladies being angry probably is built of frustration because of that they can't get any guy. Maybe they haven't been picking the right guys because of past experiences. That plays a factor into it, or they were not taught. And I heard you and Rico saying that, you know, white women are probably taught different than our sisters. And I do agree, they have been taught differently. Like, yeah, you can go to the school and learn the same educational things, but it might not be the same degree, pedigree, or tier. That's true. That's true. It is, because they might not know. And if your mom and dad can't teach you anything, because, you know, it's not in their era, they're not in this era, it's everything is from that era. So they can't really pass on any knowledge to you anyway. Now, when it comes to selecting somebody, I said it always goes back to, like, how, if your mom and dad are in your lives, that's really what it is. But just I'm gonna say this, being angry and frustrated is just you're gonna burn out. And I've said this before, your vessel's melting, you're gonna explode. It's really what's gonna happen. And then by the time because now that you don't stress yourself out, got angry, not hearing anybody, it makes you look more like an ass. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It makes you look like an ass clown, man or woman. And I know Kendra, and like I said, a lot of things what Rico said about these relationship gurus, like Rebecca Leno Pope, what's that other sister's name that was on TLLs? They all fucking quit. They all wanted to help the sisters. They wanted to help them. Now Rico, I know what you're saying. Like, this is a money thing. Because like I said, I'm getting more of what you said because I heard your points out and I heard Clarence, but I'm trying to get to your stuff real quick, where you said, like, you know, they might be doing this for $1. I'm gonna say this. I can't put a number on it at all. I think maybe 2 out of 3 ladies wanted to really help these ladies out. Out of those guru ladies wanted to help these sisters to actually get some love and maybe find somebody, whatever. But I don't think that they were solely just in it for the money. I think they just some people just generally want to help you sometimes, but some, not even say all. I say
but
probably
Jay, the only thing I'll say to that is, even if they were in it genuinely, the problem is they're not that good at it. Their success rates are horrible.
Yeah, I would say if it's crooked, I'm gonna say this.
I'm not even saying they're not crooked, trying.
Then don't follow.
I'm just saying they're no good at picking and hooking people up. They're just not good at, like, most of their hookups fail terribly. So I'm like, so why are you going to? That's like if you go to a doctor and everything he tell you is the wrong shit. You need to stop doing that. It's
Get a new doctor, right?
Or a lawyer, and just
go to a new doctor. That's what I was saying.
They're just some people. Most of the people that's in the dating game, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just see they're all losers. They all are losing. I'm like, you're all 0-10. Pick something else to do. This shit ain't for you.
But they making money, Rico.
Yes, that's why I think they don't get out of it.
Because they're like false prophets, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying Rebecca Lynn Pope, she didn't have much success.
She didn't.
All of them were terrible at it. We haven't seen one couple that Kevin Samuels put together. Not one. He keeps saying.
Yeah, he keeps saying that he keeps saying that there's one, but they never get telegraphed.
Real life coding, and we're the testimonials. We're the testimonials. Where are the people coming forward saying that I would not have the love of my life if it wasn't for following an advice and doing what X, Y, and Z said? I heard one person he talked about is Dennis Spurley.
I heard one person,
so where's the woman? I need to see some proof to give some credence that the shit you saying makes any sense or works.
I've somewhat of an interesting take on this. I don't see Kevin Samuels as a matchmaker, nor do I think he purports
He
himself to
says
be.
he is.
He said he's a matchmaker?
He said he has a Facebook group where he done put 50 couples together. Yes,
Yeah.
he has said it.
No, but
I gotta look for
Yes,
that.
he has.
I ain't never heard that.
No,
Oh,
is
okay.
Kevin Samuels purports himself to be an image consultant, but
But
he does.
Rorschach, he has made the claim. You are not gonna wiggle out. He has made the claim that he has a select Facebook group and he's brought together. He's bringing marriages together and 50 couples. He has made that claim, and you are not going to run away from that. So he can say whatever he is. That's the claim he makes.
I don't dispute that he has said that he's helped people to
50
get together,
couples,
but like
50.
yeah, but Kevin Samuels, my take on him
That's
is
a lie.
his
But go ahead.
he in the past, like I don't watch him like that closely, but I am a supporter of his. But like in the past, what I've heard him say is he wants to see men and women getting together. He doesn't want to see guys overdosing on the RP stuff and guys checking out and not wanting to date or couple up with women. But I don't think he went as far as to purport himself to be a matchmaker, though he did tell that he has taken steps in order to show that he is interested in getting people together rather than just whooping like a black woman on YouTube. So I think when he has said that he has done these things to see people together, is just to show that he is acting in good faith and trying to match people up according to level, which is much different than Rebecca Lynn Pope and the other matchmaker who's
Kendra G and the other. We're gonna get that. We're gonna get that clip of the claim of 50, and you're gonna defend that shit, Rorschach. We're gonna get several clips of him making that claim, and you're gonna be in a witness stand getting grilled about his words.
But like in most people, like in most of us, like whatever career it is that you're in, at some point you've needed to take on like some secondary skills in order to do things for a particular job or something like that. But we wouldn't say that those things are like our primary expertise.
Okay, but you can't be a failure at your secondary skills. You can't be a failure at it. You have to be good at it. If I took on a job as plumbing on the side of me working with law, but every time I left a job, all the pipes are leaking, motherfuckers would stop calling me for plumbing. They'd be like, this nigga no good.
Yeah, but if you create a Facebook, if you're teaching about obviously telling women, giving them advice on how to pick and what's an acceptable kind of expectation to have in the relationship market, and you put together a Facebook page to for your followers to couple up, whether or not they're interested in, you're providing the forum and you're providing the venue for doing that, but you aren't actually facilitating. Therefore, it can't be argued that you have a bad record because the venue you provided didn't result in a sufficient level of coupling, whatever the arbitrary rate of coupling is, or however many participants are in the group. I wouldn't even be able to speak to 50 because I don't.
The arbitrary rate is a total of 1. That's the arbitrary rate, a total of 1.
The rate of what?
One fucking viable, provable, demonstrable, successful coupling. A single one.
I wouldn't be able to speak to that because
none of them has shown it. I don't think that's too much to ask. Either you can produce that or you need to stop making the claim.
I would reach out to him about that, but
or stop making the claim until you can produce it. Do you think you should be making a claim without having some sort of documented evidence to your expertise, like most people do? So when mechanics, they'll be like, "Oh, this is the car I worked on. This is the home I built. This is the this. This is the that."
Hold on. I got to do some shout outs real quick. Shout out to Apex Alpha and those McChickens. Oh my gosh, man. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to Brother Daryl in the building. Glad to have you, Mr. T. Glad to have you in the building. And who else?
Mr. T.
That's it. All right, Rico.
Yeah. My answer to Rico's question is in the past, what I did was I actually provided free computer science lessons to Black youth between I think it was grade 5 at the time, and grade 12, so graduating, to expose them to computer science as a possible like a career destination. I put out posters. I reached out. I had like 4 people join initially. Within about like 2 months, they had resigned. But at that point, I realized that like putting myself out there and like even providing the service for free, I didn't need the money for it, but that's a different issue altogether. But just not enough people signed up. But I did know my stuff because that's like that's my line of work, right? So it's I see the Kevin Samuels things is one of those things where he's provided a venue. He has obviously like his message on YouTube, but like it would be nice if he could like give an example. But if you're just creating like a Facebook group, like it's kind of a weird proposition to ask somebody, did somebody get married from your Facebook group that you created a year ago, right? It's
He made the
kind of
claim. Nobody asked him. He was throwing that out as a point to brag. No one ever asked him.
I think
one
Dennis
ever asked him.
I
No
think
one
Dennis
knew he had a private group. No one knew
But I-
any of this. He
but
put
I think
this up and said, "This is what I'm doing. This is how good I am. I'm doing this. I'm doing it. So shut up and listen to me." So I'm like, okay, well, where is it? Can we
I think
see?
I think Dennis Sperling actually is engaged based
That's
off
what
of
he
his.
said. Yeah, that's what Dennis.
I know who
Sperling
Dennis
said.
is. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know
that's
who
what he
Dennis is.
said. We've yet to see the future Mrs. Sperling. I've seen him make rap videos. I have. I'm not making it up. I've seen him support Kevin with all kinds of debauchery and fuckery, but I ain't seen the future Mrs. Sperling, and he still
Yeah,
ain't married yet.
It'd be nice if he did provide evidence of
Yeah.
that claim, but I'll let
So
some of the
my
other
thing
guys.
is this: I'm gonna give you guys a bone.
I know that.
The one thing that everybody will admit he says he is, and everybody believe he is an image consultant, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And if he's an image consultant, can you name one client?
That might be the.
How long do I have to wait?
It's top secret, Rico. That's top secret.
How long do I have to
I was
wait?
gonna say that too.
Because my thing is, an image consultant is nothing but a glorified term for a professional stylist. All professional stylists have client lists. That's how you make your money.
Okay.
You make your money off of I styled this person, this person, this person, this person, so I'm gonna get more clients. That's how the Kardashian became $1 billion clan, because that's what Kim was doing when Ray J was blowing her fucking back out. She was the personal stylist of Nicole Hilton and Lionel Richie daughter and like that. But she could go around and get more. That's how she was able to stay in the celebrity circles, because she could say, I styled Paris Hilton. I styled Nicole Richie. So those other celebrities said, oh shit, she got some chops. That's how you do it in the image business. You don't hide your client list. You put the shit out on Front Street.
Rorschach.
That's your currency.
Right, Rorschach. I'm gonna let you respond to that, but I want to pass the ball around, man, because now we got so many people on the panel, but we can't have 20-minute answers, man. We got to cut it down.
I'm sorry, Clarence, man. We didn't want to keep you.
No. You're good if we used to 3 of us, but when it gets to 6 of us,
you're so long-winded, Clarence.
Yeah.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, man. I love y'all camaraderie.
Don't argue with me.
Thanks.
I love Rico and Brett Clancy's camaraderie. I love it.
Thanks.
I'll make you laugh.
Thanks a lot, Clarence. But I'll let one of the other guys get on. I don't want to belabor the point.
I hope I gave you something to think about, Rorschach.
We're gonna come back to you, brother.
I disagree with you, Rico.
You always do.
Rico ain't gonna let it go, man. Rico's not gonna let it go. Okay, Marcus. First Marcus, then Truth, and let's try to keep it down to like 3 minutes, fellas. What's going on with y'all, man? What's going on?
What's up? How y'all doing? So the topic is sticking onto the Kendra G thing, or is it just like people in the relationship coaches and stuff?
Both. But Kendra G is part of the relationship thing anyway, because that was part of the story. She getting out of the business that she sucks at anyway.
She's not getting out of the business, Rico. She's not getting out of the business. Coming on her page.
I thought she was just. I thought she was giving up on giving women in general advice.
She don't know what she's doing. She's a lousy.
She don't want them on her page anymore. If they don't have a problem with her being honest with the woman and saying you have some challenges as far as trying to get a man at such a high level, then then she said get off her page. Don't watch her videos no more.
And people gonna watch it and talk shit about her anyway because she sucks. Go ahead.
I
They
mean,
all
like,
do.
Rico.
No, I'm saying they all suck as being dating coaches. I'm saying they're not good at it.
Right. It's coaches.
I mean, that's just they're not. That's just
that is people.
They could be the nicest people in the world. They just got a bunch of zeros.
I mean, what like to look at it from the other point of view as well, like the landscape of what modern dating now has changed a lot different than when you guys were around, right? A lot of things have been different. Yeah, but then again, there's also older people that are single that are also trying to keep up with the younger people, keep up with the times, keep up with the technology, the apps, the social settings, the wordings, the sayings, you know. They're all trying to keep up and keep up with the trend and the look. So I'm not going to say that she was bad at it. It's just that she was coming at it with, she was going up against a legion or an army of this new age.
Not one successful coupling means you're not bad.
No, no, I didn't say that either. I'm just not saying that what she bit off one that she could chew when it came to coming into this dating market, trying to give advice to these young women.
Yes, I agree.
But that's commendable. That's commendable in itself.
But if at the end of the day, if you promote yourself as a mechanic and you ain't fixed one motherfucking car
machine,
it just has to get to the point where like you suck at being a mechanic.
Yeah, that's true.
No,
But it's also, but that's also, I wouldn't call them a fraud, but I would say that the other women themselves are just not being held accountable on their end. Like, they don't want to look in the mirror and say, this is what the fuck is wrong with me.
Yeah, they all got, the women are terrible. You picked them, but you took them on as clients. You weren't successful. You got 0.0000000000000 wins.
On the checks? You mean the checks?
Huh?
You mean also there's a lot of zeros on the checks as well?
No, I mean, well, yeah, it probably is a lot of zeros on the check. Yeah, it is. I do believe they're getting paid, but
yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm like, I just want to see one coupling, just one. How is that asking too much?
It's not too much to ask for. I'll admit to that.
Well, there's probably like a few out there that, you know, maybe are more successful than the other ones. They probably don't brag about it as much either.
Okay. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying the ones that are coming out complaining are the ones who are no good at it. That's what I'm saying. You know, the ones I think successful, you don't hear about them because they getting people coupled up. They getting their bread. They're successful. They're not talking about, I give up on black women. No. They're like, I don't know what you talking about. We good over here. You over there losing. And that's what I think they need to be honest with, because I don't think, again, they weren't qualified in the first place. It just wasn't.
Well, like I said from the beginning, it's them trying to be in a time at a time. You know, it's like saying Rollo Tomasi, he's been married for 30 years, but he doesn't really know what OnlyFans, like when he was around, OnlyFans wasn't it. It was basically escorts, right? It was girls in the adult entertainment industry with strippers, but now we have other things that are so subliminal that are just different. And you have, what's that other stuff called? Like POF, Tinder, like things like that. Like we didn't, but I didn't use it. And even though I'm a younger generation than you guys, I didn't use it. I just did cold approach all the time.
I met my wife online.
Same here.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with that though.
That's
you did?
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
On OkCupid.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But just for me, like for me overall, like I was always direct.
I was that too. When I was out in the streets, I was getting them in the street. I was getting them everywhere. But they say now that here's the thing. They say most people, I think half the population nowadays is dating online.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's why I said the dating coach.
A lot of validation online as well.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on, y'all. Let me give a shout out to Big Rig Slaps, Big Rigs in the building.
Yo, Big Rigs, man, we gonna invite me over to barbecue, bro.
How do you say that? Apex Alphany Simp?
That's Tristan. That's AKA Tristan.
Okay. Using them damn Greek letters and shit. I thought that was him. But he come over here with these damn Greek letters and shit.
We don't care.
Don't you like Greek mythology, man?
We don't.
I can't read it.
Wait. We don't care that you go to other people's pages, man. This is the one page We don't trip, man. You can
Nope.
go wherever you want to go.
Yeah.
You know, look at Marcus. Marcus is like that dude in the cartoons with the bag on the stick. He go everywhere, right? We just
Like the Great Migration, motherfucker.
I love my
my
Hispanic brothers.
Truth is about the same. Jay about the same.
Hey,
They go
look.
everywhere. But anyway, hey, look,
Hey,
fellas,
Clarence.
yes, sir.
Hang on 1 second. Big Rig said he met his baby mama on MySpace.
Wow.
That shit was 2006, 2005, 2006.
Damn, bro,
Hey,
I was in
Clarence.
middle school.
Clarence, I'm gonna tell these young bucks about something else too. They don't forgot about Black Planet.
Black Planet.
That was like in the late 90s? Was that the late 90s? Was that the late 90s, Rico?
No, my dad would shut up about that.
That was dial-up internet.
That was that.
Black Planet. I take you back farther than Black Planet. What about Black Boy?
You have lost service.
Yeah, and black people meet. Yeah, I had a couple of ads on them motherfuckers.
Oh shit.
I heard Black people meet with.
Hey, Clarence, you know what was so funny? When I was on Black Planet, that's when I met the most white women. I was like, damn.
Because they wanted that wrench.
That's what I'm telling you, Rico.
Damn white women on
Rico,
Black
I'm trying to tell you, they know what they doing, man. They know what they doing.
Yeah, Black Planet and black people meet. Both of them.
All right,
Jake,
y'all.
you know
Let's pass the ball around, man. The truth, man.
Yeah, Truth, man. I haven't heard him speak all day, man.
Shout out to True. Boy.
I know you got something to say about one or two of these topics we got.
What's going on, brothers? How y'all doing today?
Shout out Truth.
What's up, brother, man? Listen, you and me still gonna do that stream about land. Don't worry.
Oh yeah. We definitely gotta get on
You're
that.
going down memory
That's
lane with Black Planet.
That's something serious. Man, did I hear it right? Y'all still talking about this Kevin Samuels bull job, man? Like,
No, we were talking about Kendra
look,
G.
no, I mean when I tapped in, y'all still look. The man don't have a client list because he wasn't successful, man.
Thank you.
It's just that simple. All this sugarcoating
Thank you.
and twisting it just to try to make it seem good for the sake of trying to have clout for somebody else. I can see you putting all this energy in it for yourself, but for another individual, he don't got it. And the same thing Rico was saying about these daggone dating coaches. If you can't find, that's like me saying, okay, I'm saying that, I did all this, but I have no evidence.
Yep.
But people clearly can see one of my evidences is my two daggone children being 6 months apart. So you can clearly see that I was a whore out here. You feel what I'm saying?
Damn.
So see, that's just one thing. That's just one thing. That's what I'm saying. If it ain't no evidence at all about something that you used to do, you didn't do it, bro, or you wasn't good at it. It's just what it is. And all of them keep saying they quit. Rico's right. They quitting because they fed up with the fact they're not getting it done. They getting a check, but it ain't nothing behind it saying, hey, you know what? We need to go to April. We need to go to Kendra. We need to go such and such because they really putting black people back together. They're not. People out here are fair. First of all, these people don't even, as successful as they are, right? And the money that they have and being known, why the freak don't they have a stable relationship of their own?
They don't.
That's a huge question. Do you know the only thing left for me to do is to get to that certain status financially?
Get a wife.
If I had that, I'll probably be 100% everything. I'll be grade A with everything. You see what I'm saying?
I love you, Truth.
So for them to be in this certain type of level with this bracket, supposedly looking good, and then you can't find nobody, like, you got to be kidding me. And then the thing is, they're not looking for the things that I'm looking for. You feel what I'm saying? They're not looking for a woman that she's got to be in love with God and all this type of stuff. They keep talking about a daggone mate that looks good. that is educated, and that's everywhere.
That's everywhere.
You're right. Everywhere.
Right. They can't even get the easy shit. So
Right.
you know they can't get the hard shit.
That is completely everywhere. An educated, beautiful woman, an educated, handsome man that makes money is everywhere, bro.
Everywhere.
I'm trying to tell you, it's that's what I'm saying. So when people look at it, it's something that they're doing wrong, that the result is not going. You see what I'm saying? So Rico is absolutely right. Like, I mean, it's really nothing to talk about. It's nothing to sugarcoat. It's nothing to say, oh, yeah, that's the truth. That's the point. It's the truth. It's flat out the truth. They is not good at what they're saying.
Let me ask you a question real quick. What is clout? Just to make sure, what is clout? Because I'm not a content creator or social media guy. What is clout?
Well, clout didn't come from social media or content create. Clout comes from validity of basically what you do. So it's like something that backs you.
It's kind of like vanity.
Yeah.
Or envy.
No. It's basically something that it's like validation.
Okay.
It's like validation. You actually it's like having currency without it being tangible. It's something that you
Clout is just your renown. It's a term used on social media, and it just means you're renowned for either having money or being very influential or being like highly recognized.
Yeah. We call it like people that lives in my city know my reputation precedes me. So it's basically like rep.
Okay.
You feel what I'm saying?
From the masses, from your fans, from supporters.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's basically like the sheep.
Yeah, it's just about like who you know, like you went to school, people that you know, people that you did certain things with, you know, stuff like that. That's basically what it is. We give different terms.
True. There could be accolades too. Your accolades.
Accolades is a more better term to use.
Let me address this real quick. Wait, did Brother Clarence say that people are upset with me being on? But no, brother, I said the opposite. That we don't care that you are on other pages. You know what I'm saying? You here, you come here. We don't say, oh well, you was on so and so's page, so you can't come. We don't. The short
thing is this, Tristan. You don't have to choose sides with us.
Exactly.
You can rock with us, and you can rock with anybody else in the world, and we do not hold that against you.
He already made it clear who he bent the knee to.
Right,
but I'm not mad at him for it. No, and I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. No, he said it. He said it. He openly said it. And the thing is, people don't understand that. Tristan came with Jen. You see what I'm saying? They've been a pair. You see what I'm saying? So that right there, that's the reason why I would never. I mean, I don't give a F flat out, but he has more validity for what he's doing because they actually like. That's just like if I'm riding with my homeboy, I'm riding with my homeboy.
Right, and that's fine. But I'll never tell him or anybody else that they have to choose. I just think that's immature and
Draper is legit. That's my guy.
But they should. But that's the same thing. They should never tell us we have to choose either. So
unfortunately, that's
he's not saying that.
Christian is that we're living by the same standard that we tell other people they can't make us do. So if I'm gonna tell somebody you ain't gonna make me choose, I'm not gonna never turn around and tell somebody else they gotta choose. You are always welcome.
He's not saying that it's his counterpart that's saying
right.
That.
I'm just showing him that okay, this is what makes us different.
Right.
Yeah.
Other people will tell people they gotta choose. Me and Clarence ain't never gonna tell nobody they gotta choose.
Yeah, and me neither.
We'll never do that.
I really don't give a F that much, tell you the truth.
Personally, if anything, I'm like, you can choose everybody.
Yeah, I don't really
you gotta choose. Okay, I choose everybody. What's wrong with that?
I choose Marcus, Truth, Rico, Duberman, and Clarence.
I choose everybody. I choose nobody. That's why I don't tell people to choose. You know, I'm like, you may not like that choice. So I'm like, hey, let them go wherever they want to go. That's fine.
Yeah.
Right.
No, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
I told people already I'm a nomad. If you know what a nomad is, you understand.
Yeah, I know what a nomad is, bro. I want to be one. Shit. I'm a monk. Fuck that. I'm a Shaolin monk. Fuck that.
Oh, better
Or my
yet,
French players, but yeah.
better yet, you know what this is, Jay. I'm a Ronin.
Yeah. you went deep with that, right?
Yeah.
All right. No, so I want to get back to Rorschach answering your questions, Rico, because you was hitting them pretty hard, and I kind of cut him off because I wanted everybody to get a chance to chime in.
Truth came in and piled in on his ass. He ain't got no comeback.
But he still had he still didn't rebut. He didn't give a good rebuttal.
he still got another minute.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, my take on what Rico was saying is in order to equivocate between some of the criticisms, Rebecca Lynn Pope and who's the other woman there?
I forget her name.
Kendra G, and I forgot what's the other
Kendra
one.
G.
Kendra G.
There's one other one before.
Yeah. There's one other one.
Yeah.
She's I forget her name.
The name.
Somebody else.
April Mason.
April Mason.
Yeah, April Mason. That's her.
April Mason, Rebecca Lynn Pope, and Kendra G. What we in order to sorry, who's got that thing in them? Okay.
Who is that?
So in order to equivocate between some of the criticisms that Kendra G and these other women have made towards the women that they consult for, we've now promoted Kevin Samuels into a field that's beyond obviously the kind of focal area of his business, which is that image consulting. I don't think any of us would argue that Kevin Samuels owned an extremely successful image consulting firm. You can actually see just even based off of his child support payments that he wasn't making a ton of money doing that image consulting.
I would disagree with that.
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly disagree with that. I would disagree with the fact that he built a YouTube conglomerate, but you got to show me clients for me to buy the image consultant business.
Yeah, well, he has there was some controversy around some of the negative reviews that he had for his business. So I don't think it was a very successful firm, and he had a bunch of negative reviews. So he did have customers. It just wasn't a very big firm.
Promote the positive ones. Leave the negative ones out. All business do that. Every business has negative reviews and positive reviews. You know what they put up? The positive.
It's true, but that's kind of beyond the point I was making. The point I was making was because many of the dating coaches on the female side have said that we have these social issues in our community. We've turned around and said, well, in order to equivocate it, because everything has to be balanced, you have to say, well, Kevin Samuels represents the man side, where because you have women who have children, you have women who have in some cases even diseases, and women with a lot of baggage and very crazy things in their past now want men that they're just completely unqualified for. We have to equivocate it and make it a both sides.
Men have all those things too.
Yeah.
Everything you said, men have too.
Yeah, they do. But a lot of the time when men are negotiating in the kind of the sexual a dating a marketplace, they tend to approach things from a more realistic perspective. So a man who's obviously not firing on all cylinders, a man who doesn't have that much money, a man who's not very tall, a man who's not very good.
Are you talking about the sexual advantage or the relationship advantage between man and woman?
Well, one actually relates to the other. Is these aren't obviously discrete topics here, but what ends up happening is the men have a more reasonable expectation, and thus they come to the table more willing to actually make a deal. If you look at Kevin Samuels, a lot of the fire that he actually gets is for he doesn't really obviously he's kind of rough on the women on the show, but when you have women who are upwards of sometimes 250 pounds and they call in day after day after day looking for a man making in excess of $100,000, this kind of thing, there's no analog for this in the Latino community.
I'm glad he said that. Hold on.
In the Asian community,
we got to deal with right now.
So
who all seen Kevin Samuels? Who watched plenty of his shows?
I'll just wrap up my point. You could have.
You seen plenty of shows, Jay?
God, let him finish.
But
go ahead, my bad, Doberman.
Obviously, there are people on both sides that do have unreasonable expectations, but in most things, when you compare them, you have to look at the proportionality and what in order to get a better assessment of what's going on. And the issue is a lot of them just tend to have very unreasonable expectations, and if they don't get what they want, then they're perfectly content to just have the children themselves, and that's how you end up in those cases where they'll just find somebody who's who isn't on guard, and then they'll just have the child for you and just go about living their life like that. So that's what tends to happen in our community, and that's why we have the kinds of issues that we have. That's it for me.
Yeah. So who watched Kevin Sam? Have you seen Kevin Samuels legitimately Rico? Like, have you seen a lot of shows?
I haven't watched anything in almost a year, but yeah, I saw when he first got on hot and watched.
Right. Okay. So let's get this straight, because see, this is what I'm saying, where people don't look at things in its totality. When women come on there, what he does is he does this thing called a bait and switch.
Yep.
Okay. So what that means is he gives them something and waits for their response to then supersede their response with something else. So if they say, oh, I want 2 children, he automatically asks them, what's their place? And then he goes on the computer to see how much the government or the nationwide sensitive, if it say like, hey, and you need $200,000 for a family of 4 in Houston. I'm just making up a number. So I'm just making up a number. That's what he go by. So if she's asking for 2, he automatically assumes that she wants a $200,000 man, and that's not what the fuck they be saying.
Nope,
they're not saying that at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Because too many people live in Houston with 2 kids that don't make nowhere near that amount of money.
Correct.
So it's
And
not
that's
required.
the thing. And I showed multiple people this, and they was like, "Oh, dag, I never saw it that way." I was like, "That's because you're not listening. Y'all not listening. Y'all looking at the reaction of the people, but you're not listening what he's saying."
And
it's basic psychology. It's very easy as hell.
You believe she asked for a $200,000 man. She never
said that. She never said that.
So that's what you're asking for. She didn't ask for that. And that's not what she needs, because too many people live in Houston that don't have nowhere that's making
nowhere near that
and living well.
I have a question for you, Truth. Does he base that 200 figure solely based on the quantity of the children, or does he enumerate a list of variables including living standard, both parents working and things of this factor? What factors does he use to arrive at that figure?
When he's talking to them, he doesn't automatically go down a line every time, systematically, job, all this type of stuff. Soon as he hears something to say, "Oh, I got you," as soon as I've seen him do it so many times, I can actually, if you allow me to, I will pull it up for you, because I've shown so many people this shit. So
I would love to see evidence of that. In my observation, what
you seen it, right, Rico?
Yeah.
So what happens is
almost every show.
Yeah, what he does is, if they say 2 children, automatically he says, "You know how much it costs for a child?
Family of 4.
A family of 4, or you're gonna have to work. So hold up, you want a man that makes $150,000, and she never said $150,000.
True. This is how he sets him up first. He says, "Okay, so you want to have 2 kids, right? Do you want to work after you get pregnant or have the kids?" And the women is that kind of shrug their shoulders, like, "Well,
yeah, if I have to, I will. Yeah, if I have to, I will." So and he'd be like, "Oh, no. So you don't want to work, right? You don't want to work."
Exactly. Right, knowing 99.9% of Black women after giving birth, they're back on the job within 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah,
we don't have kids and don't go back to work. We don't.
You gotta heal, you gotta heal up. It takes 4 to 6 weeks for you to heal up,
and then you
go back to work, and then what's the name? And only people that have children understand this. Only people that have children understand what the daggone woman goes through afterwards.
In this country, and the only people in this country of any ethnicity that stays home to be a housewife and raise their kids are people of wealthy means, which means 9 times out of 10, she wasn't working before she got pregnant.
But that's where I was about to go at.
Okay,
she wasn't working.
She got pregnant, so that's
she wasn't working before.
But if her ass was working before pregnancy,
she's going back to
when
work.
they drop that baby, I work with lawyers.
But the norm,
weeks, they go back to work.
And look, my children's mom worked while they was pregnant. Check this out.
Oh, they work all the way up to like
a month until the last
before having the baby. And they be back on. Yes, it's like
But can you add this? Can you add Doberman? Wait.
Go ahead.
So I'm gonna add this to you guys then, the ones that are saying this towards Kevin. Why is it that the women keep calling in? Because there's many women with high subscription accounts that make these reaction videos breaking down what he does wrong or what he does messed up. Why do these women keep calling in? Why do they keep calling in?
I can answer that for you because they stupid.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, listen, I can answer that. That's nothing hard to answer. That doesn't have nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Those are two separate situations.
Why do they keep
them being stupid has nothing to do with the fact of his manipulation.
Right.
Those are two different things.
Yep.
And see, you have to understand. You have to be able to look at all variables. They dumb. And for me, what I look like asking another nigga how to get women or anything like that.
And truth, let me say this. Look, let me say this.
Well, so then I blame the stupid woman more. I don't blame Kevin. I blame the stupid woman more.
No, listen.
I blame the stupid woman more because of the fact because she can press the X. She can press the X and leave the conversation. She could end it.
Listen. So if this was your so I want to see.
Yes, I'm gonna look at her stupid. I'm gonna say like, what's your dumb ass doing over there?
Yeah, I'll say that. I agree with
you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say that to her.
I would say that, but you would listen to this. If something were to be falling upon her, no
in regards to what? In regards to what though?
Anything. In
no, it has to be a specific one though, because that could mean anything, from a little to a big thing. It's like a vague answer.
Well, see, with me, I don't parse little to big. See, it's like, for instance, I'll give you an example. If somebody's watching my child, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would let them know, like, look, if you're not capable of doing it, don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying if. Most of the time, I don't let people watch my child because I don't trust people.
Right.
So I'm saying when my children was young, I don't, because accidents can happen. And since accidents can happen, the thing about me, I don't want to hear no fucking accident. Because you should have just said, yo, I can't do it. Because if something happened to him, oh man, you're gonna have a fucking problem.
When you ask if something were to befall the other person, you have to quantify the magnitude of or the severity of what it is that you're referring to.
He's talking you truth, I think.
Yeah, no, I know that. I said it doesn't. I just gave the example. It doesn't matter whether it's small or big. It's the fact that, in other words, look, when you're a man, and men understand this, you have what's called integrity, and also you understand responsibility for when you share things with people, for when you go out there and call yourself a teacher, when you go out there and call yourself a life coach. You have the responsibility of the same way you want the money from that person. You have the responsibility of basically providing them the service that they paid for. It's just like athletes, when they go out there on that daggone floor, they need to perform because the daggone customer is out there buying that daggone ticket. They watching their show with the cable subscriptions and all that type of stuff. You feel what I'm saying? So when service is provided, somebody needs the responsibility that comes with it. And as men, we hold ourselves on a stronger accountability that if something happens, like for instance, me and my brother Daryl down here, salute to him, we're close. And everything that I told him that I was going to do as far as in our relationship, and I don't meet that requirement, I failed him. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with him. I failed him.
True.
Because I didn't keep up my end of the bargain.
But let me ask you one question that's important with Kevin, right? And everybody everybody that done seen him, especially you, Rorschach, you really pay attention to this. Can you not tell me that the quality of women who call into that damn show is not at the bottom tier of our community? And it's almost, I swear I stopped watching it because I'm like, it's the same woman calling. It's the same lack of intelligence, the same everything. So I'm telling you, I'm like, he's screening them calls. He's not letting anybody
of course.
thoughtful, smart. He's screaming
I don't
those
think so.
calls. He's
I don't think
making
so.
shit. Are you kidding me? He
Yeah.
got
Beat that one
10
time.
Oh,
moderators.
everybody know that, Rico. He ain't let nobody time in that form
He's
come in.
Speculating with no
funneling
evidence.
in.
He ain't letting
What
that.
he's doing is he's funneling in the clowns that he know he can clown.
The smoke sessions.
I will say this: he does switch up when celebrities come up on there. He switches the hell up.
Yeah, he does it all the time. Like, we know
What's
that.
coming through the gate
He's
is
smart.
shit that he's telling his moderators, you know what I want? Get Big Shirley and them. So they look at him, they tell him cam up, they see him with the bonnets on, they
Big
see all this.
Shirley.
But like, there's no way in fuck that just every day this sort of riffraff gets through, and nothing but this riffraff.
I think Kevin would do even better. I think Kevin would do even better numbers if he had attractive to higher grade women on his show because
because you know he
But
can't.
he's had some attractive women. It's just that they share the same personality as the other ones.
Exactly. He switched completely
Yeah,
the fuck
the
up. And
IGs.
remember, he went with that sister, that Jamaican sister that owned the business down in Miami, the Haitian girl. She
The attractive one?
Huh?
The attractive one?
Yeah, the beautiful one. He had no smoke for her. He had no smoke for her.
because her
Put them
expectations were
paws.
sensible. It's perfectly logical. That's
She
not
wasn't
a matter of
married.
switching up.
She
That's
wasn't married. She was all about the business. She said that was all the things that if she was an unattractive woman,
Yeah, he would have went
regarded
at
as
her.
a new one.
That's the bullshit I was
She
talking
was
about.
beautiful. This woman was beautiful. Owned her own business. This, that,
Rico,
whatever.
that's
Didn't have no man.
What's her
Didn't
number?
have- Didn't date nobody. Kevin was asking her the same
I
question.
remember that
She
one.
was giving
I
the
remember
same
that.
answers.
I
and he
definitely
was like,
remember that one. Let me go
"Oh,
find that.
I
Let me go
understand.
find that.
That's not
Let
bad.
me go find
This,
that.
that, whatever."
Truth,
But
she's
if
got to
that
say.
had been Big Shirley that said that same shit,
It's called the Jamaican Savior.
I remember it, Shorty. I remember
Well,
that.
Rico, it's the reason why Big Shirley gets flogged on the show is Big
she's
Shirley's asking for things. No,
she's
it's because she's
unattractive.
asking. If Big Shirley came on looking for a man
Fat and
making
ugly?
commensurate to what
Laura,
it is
who'd
that
you
she's
say?
providing, no, if Big Shirley came on looking for something commensurate to what she's providing to the man, then she wouldn't be mocked. It's not a matter. He doesn't just explode on random women.
That
That's
beautiful woman
illogical.
was over 35. That beautiful woman that hit the wall.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
about to
she-
find it for you.
Man, I'll climb over that wall. I'll jump the wall. I'll break down that wall. I don't care.
She fine as a motherfucker, but she hit the wall.
Oh yeah, she did, and I'm sure he mentioned something about that as well too.
No, he
No, he didn't.
Nope.
That's why I gotta find it. That's why I gotta find it. He copped a deuce like a motherfucker.
Okay, right, evidence.
I gotta
I'd be happy-
find it.
I'd be
You know what he was
happy-
doing?
happy to
He
see
was
it.
sitting there begging. He didn't do shit.
Yo, I gotta find
She
it.
hit the wall. She
Get
hit
them
that.
paws real
That shit
quick.
is funny as hell.
Never been married, no kids, so she
That
was
shit
supposed
is funny.
she was supposed to buy a dog and die alone. That fine motherfucker got to wind up around the block.
Well, if a woman is over 35 but looks like Hillary Duff, there's obviously something different between that and a woman.
Why you gotta pick the white girl? You pick the white girl.
Damn, pick a black woman. You always don't pick a white
Pick
woman.
Hillary Duff. I stopped watching Lizzie McGuire like 20 years ago. Damn, the Lizzie McGuire movie? God damn.
If you look
I was thinking that too. Like he said, Hillary Duff, she ugly.
Hey, Daryl, he said it on the quickness, like he has it saved on the
Rico, that's
playlist.
his preference, man. That's his preference.
Yeah, I like what I like, right? So
Hey, no judging. Ain't no judging. You want some creamer with your coffee? Ain't no problem.
I really have Amber
I
Rose.
like cream in my coffee.
No, but I like hazelnut. Give me some hazelnut, and I'll be good. A little caramel drizzle.
regardless, like a 40-year-old.
Wait a minute. Now, statistically, black and brown guys ain't supposed to be laughing and having a good time talking about things. What's going on, man? Somebody's supposed to be mad at somebody. Somebody's supposed to be fighting.
Kevin Samuels is the Godfather. He's the Godfather. Oh fuck.
We mad at your ass.
I have a question.
He your godfather. He ain't my damn godfather.
Godfather. He's the Godfather. He's the Godfather.
But Rorschach,
I don't know that
this
motherfucker.
girl, let me tell you, this girl fine enough should have had
I know
your
he knows
ass
you,
back.
Truth. He knows you. He been looking. He been lurking.
Hey,
He don't want to know me. I would love for him to let me up on this show.
Hey, true.
Call up, Truth.
That girl was
I
so
would love.
fine. She was so fine, Rorschach. You give her black ass a second look.
He gonna cut me off in 10 seconds. I'm trying to.
Yo, Truth. Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. We're not gonna do that.
Because I'm gonna ask him straight up, like, who the fuck is you talking to, kid?
I got a question for y'all.
He's gonna ask you for your shirt size.
JP has a question for all of you guys, and I want to see what you guys have to say. JP says, "Okay, if she hit the wall and looks like Jasmine Guy today,
yes, sir.
Still in?"
No, JP. We're saying, look, for us, we were still data. We're talking about for him,
right?
The way he conducts his scrutiny.
Yeah.
He should have scrutinized her as tough as he did to the ugly ones,
and he didn't.
I'm looking for it right now. I'm going through it right now because I'm trying to find it.
And I've seen
I
him do
forgot
that.
all about that.
He's done that with Brittany Renner, and she's America's top thought.
He did that with Nicki Minaj too. He kissed her ass.
He did it with Nicki.
Brittany Renner is America's top thought.
He called her a 9. I call cap.
Okay, but he bent the knee for her. So I'm like, come on, Kevin, you full of shit.
Listen, we went to Home Depot and he bought some knee pads because he knew Nicki was coming.
You didn't see that, Rorschach?
I did see it. And
what about the Asian chick out here in LA? He flies.
Oh yeah. The little fine little motherfucker. He was on the couch giggling like a little schoolgirl.
Yeah,
I know.
Hey, Harrison.
Just like
He was doing all this.
Rico,
oh, he was in the makeup section, huh? In the perfume section, returning his shit. Oh, he went to the clearance section, Rico. He returned that makeup. Oh.
Yeah, for myself, I'm not like a Kevin Samuels stan, but like when you have like 500-pound women looking for a guy making like 150,000, like that's silly. And like in our community, like a lot of the things that he says actually like coincide like quite neatly to what the observable reality is. So he never actually does a bait and switch. A bait and switch is when you offer something and then you do a 180-degree like a turn from what it is that you had originally what it is that you've offered previously. So hence the switch portion. But what he does is he tends to go over different variables. Do you want to work? Do you want to live this kind of lifestyle?
Yeah, that sounds all good and everything, but it's a bait and switch. I understand you as an apologist, but that ain't gonna work with us up here.
That's not apologizing. That's
that ain't gonna work with us, man.
That's describing the
it's still manipulation. Reality. That's the whole point.
Oh, her man, she hot as hell.
Oh damn! You should have told me that shit.
Asians. Yeah, you know I love Asians.
Oh, she hit the wall.
She's nice.
That is not hitting the wall. That shit is not hitting the wall.
Clarence, you hear that? You hear what he said, Clarence? He said she hit the wall.
No, hitting the wall is supposed to be an age.
What Rico was talking about.
Based off of what he said.
Not how she looks.
Giggling like a schoolgirl that just got.
He said if they 35, it's danger zone and they hitting the wall. That's what he said.
She looked 25 in this picture.
But this chick does not look like
she bad. I mean, any guy, listen, any guy, and this is what makes it so bad. If she is actually like right on, any guy's going to want to jump with her.
Oh, for sure, like a piece of steak.
But that's the point. When he sees them look like that, he doesn't have the same energy, and that's the point. I don't mess with dudes that's not consistent. I don't roll like that.
I'll hold the pretty girls more accountable than the ugly chicks.
I'm the same man in every room. Everywhere I go, I've been the same since day one. Well, okay, he moves different when he see a daggone pretty face. That's how women do. Women switch up when they find a fine nigga. Okay, that's a female quality right there.
Listen, y'all. I'm gonna play a little bit of this, and I want y'all to watch the body language. I'm not gonna exactly play the audio. Well, I'll play the audio. What the hell? They strike me.
Well, yeah, you about to see a lot of feminine shit. That's what you about to see.
But I want y'all to see, like you said, his body language is totally different than when he's talking to Big Shirley and them. So let's take a look at it.
Yeah, he about to be giddy. Watch this.
Giddy as a schoolgirl.
And the thing is, I watched her content. I was like, you're funny, you're hot. And I wanted to make a segment called Cool Hot Chicks. So we've talked.
Okay, now you guys see. Now I can bring up another one where he's not as leaned in. He's leaned into her, right? He's very much leaned into this chick. But on the other times he's talked, he hasn't been leaned into them. He's pretty.
Is this his place or her place?
I think this is her place out here. Like this is out here.
Because if that's his place, those freaking pillows are suspect.
No, they went to Met somewhere. They went to Met somewhere. I know they met somewhere. This is nice. It's nice.
Yeah.
It is.
But here's the point.
Yo,
Here's the point.
What's wrong with you, man?
Of course, just like now, Rorschach. Are we off by what we're saying about Kevin switching up with different women? I think most men do that, so I'm not going to put it on Kevin.
Well, no, because what Kevin does is if the woman is asking for something unreasonable, then he calls her out for it, and then the automatically the interaction becomes a lot more contentious, a lot more confrontational. If the woman is more attractive, then by her nature and by the nature of the show itself, then her expectations are going to be more reasonable. It's not a matter of switching up based on whether or not she's pretty. It's based upon what it is that's being negotiated, which is the sexual marketplace value. Therefore, there's no reason to be contentious about somebody expecting something reasonable, proportionate to what it is that they bring on the table. But a lot of the time, like the way we think sometimes is very logical.
Well,
I'm gonna give this perspective real quick, bro, Clarence. I'm gonna give this perspective real quick because I think when it comes down to Kevin and a lot of these guys that are top social media content creators, high subscribers, when they deal with people that are attractive but also have a lot of influence and followers and money, I think what he does obviously is bend the knee, but also he knows the formula, the algorithm, how it's gonna help him, how it's gonna gain more traction, more views. And I think that's where he comes up from business aspect.
And you know what that's called? That's called clout chasing.
Yeah, right.
That's called clout chasing. When you willing because a certain person got a certain amount of following, they got a certain amount of clout, you're chasing that. So you're actually going to basically submit the fact that they're bigger than you. That's not that that has nothing to do with masculinity.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question.
That's a female thing.
You see that he is very open to her, right? And so, do you think that shows that he has he's open to a relationship, a physical relationship with her based on his body language? Would you guys agree?
Oh yeah, he's trying to get it in. He's trying to get Cuddy. If you can get the Cuddy after that, maybe you can get the Cuddy.
No, I don't agree with that. I it's exactly what I said earlier. It's the fact that he knows, like, okay, we're watching this. Every guy on this panel says she looks good, right? Mm-hmm. So naturally, he has to basically conform to the fact that the viewing public is feeling it. He even look at the label, cool hot chicks. So this is all. One thing I will give to him is when it comes to the hustle, he got it.
Yeah.
When it comes to selling a product, he got it. That right there, I never got a problem with that part, and I would not. He's probably one of the top 10 dudes that I've seen that had a mean hustle like this. Seriously. So that right there. That's that. I mean, we don't need to talk about that. As far as
shit, Russian Fit racking up millions right now.
Yeah, as far as anything else, again, if I'm around a beautiful woman or a less fair woman, I can't turn off my masculinity. It's not an on and off switch.
Right.
So
Thank you.
if a fine girl has a bad attitude, I'm going to go at her, and y'all seen it many a times. Like I go at them just like I do a dude. Like I can't turn it off. So it's not going to. What's the name? If you respectful, you respectful. But if I'm selling a product or I'm a certain type of way, I'm that way with everyone. Like how they said, oh, he was that way with women, but he was also that way with men. Okay, so be that way with fine women too. You see what I'm saying? Don't just fold when they're in your face or they got certain type of clout or they known or something like that. Because we've seen it on Nicki Minaj and that Brittany Renner. Brittany Renner, he should have ripped her a new one. I would have.
He really should have.
I would have. He should have ripped her in half for what she did to old boy, for how she carrying herself. all this type of stuff. But one thing niggas is, and this is goofy to me, when you fall for a beautiful face, that means you'll fall for anything.
Yeah, but to be fair too, like she left the evidence. She left evidence. She left crumbs. The videos where she admitted what she was doing.
No, that's what I'm talking about. We said that's what I'm talking about.
What
I'm talking about Brittany Renner. I'm talking about the fact that what she did, he should have went at her. He should have laid into her ass.
The one thing I do agree with Truth about is in order to be more authentic to his brand, his platform, and his message, he should have tore into Brittany Renner. But a lot of the time, it's there's a red herring that or like a ridiculous argument that a lot of the women and men who identify more with the women's perspective are trying to bring about, which is Kevin Samuels is unnecessarily abusive to the women on his platform. But many of the women that come onto the platform, he's not abusive. He's just like very matter of fact. If this were like an Arab guy or like an Asian guy, and like obese women in their community were coming on the platform asking for men making in excess of like 70, 80, 100K, then they would be even more like a quote unquote abusive, just because the like in the same way, like if you're a dude that's not firing on anything and you're not very good looking and you're not very tall, people are going to be like very point blank about what it is you bring to the table and what your expectations should be. So I don't think he's being abusive, and I think like he was never like nobody would argue that like Kevin Samuels is a very like highly masculine guy, but like his masculinity really doesn't have anything to do with the substance of the criticism he has for the women that come on his platform, and there's no evidence of him screening. Sorry, I just had to work that out.
All right, man. Gentlemen, this is what we're gonna do. We are going to slow it down so we can try to get some closing remarks in here, man, because I have another stream I got to do in about an hour and a half, so I got to get moving on that. So let's get some closing remarks. Sorry.
Be good.
Anyway, let's get some closing remarks in here, gentlemen. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about any of the topics we've been talking about? You guys already talked about Kevin Samuels. What about the other topics we've been talking about?
Mine's short and sweet. Short and sweet. People just need to be who they say they are. And if your product ain't producing, I think you should be held accountable. It's just like someone that says, if somebody sells you anything and it's not up to par, you're not going to let them get away with it. Like if
bring the receipt and return it.
Exactly. So if somebody delivers me some food, my food is cold, bro, I'm going to tell them, please come back and bring my money, or I'm going up to the carryout spot. And then it's going to get a lot worse if I
don't give me no cold ass soup.
You feel what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Everyone has to be. We should hold ourselves accountable, but the responsibility comes as a man to know that what you're doing, you are held honest for your actions. And that's in all things, all your choices. Men make sound decisions because we know consequences come behind our decisions, all of them.
Right.
That's it.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you, Big Truth. I'm going to drop you down. All right. Brother Marcus, what's happening? What's your closing remarks, sir?
Yeah, man, I think people just need to stop having high expectations for some of these high dating coaches. And one of the things that people need to understand, if you're going to be out in the dating market, be prepared to take your losses and learn from those losses, right? Because a lot of times you're not going to finish, you're not going to close a deal. And I think certain dating coaches say that, but not enough, right? And they don't push that enough. Said, hey, the first time you go and shoot your shot at a woman at like cold approaching, maybe at a bookstore or something, the way you present yourself, what you say, learn from it and say, hey, how you present yourself? Were you looking good? Were you sounding like you were stern? Were you confident? Did you approach her confidently? You cleaned up, stuff like that, so things like that will help specifically a guy if he wants to look for a relationship, and a serious woman. Also, her attitude and look beyond the beauty, Yeah,
definitely, for sure. Thank you, brother.
That's
Marcus.
about it, man.
and I got to get with you, man. I got to get with you, Marcus.
Yeah, I got you, man.
Just hang tight with me. I'm old, Marcus, but I'll find
No, I feel you. No, I got patience.
Okay. Appreciate you. I'm putting you down, Marcus. All right, thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Rorschach.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I think Kevin Samuels. There's a red herring being used in order to get away from like the main issue, which is like most black men actually like rate themselves so low that their standards and the kinds of women they're willing to accommodate for attractiveness, for attitude, for femininity, tends to be far below what it is that they objectively qualify for. So because many of these female dating coaches have been outspoken about the expectations of the women that they're working with, their meanness, their willingness to change, their willingness to do things like losing weight, their willingness to quote unquote perform femininity. We've now, in order to equivocate between the two sides, we've now promoted somebody who's just as a secondary thing, yeah, as a secondary kind of activity, provided a Facebook group. So we're using that in order to equivocate between obviously the Rebecca and Pope and what it is that they're saying. But in our community, we're very aware of what it is that's animating a lot of the degradation, and until we're more outspoken about that, and rather than saying like ridiculous things like black men expect more than it is that they're bringing to the table, when like in reality they really don't. We're not going to move anywhere. And unfortunately, what's happening is in our community in particular, we're going to have a brain drain. We're going to have a drain of more competent people, more sociable people, and as a result of it, we're going to continue in the direction that we do, unless more men are more outspoken. And though I don't agree with everything Kevin Samuel says, his contributions are appreciated towards moving things in the direction that they ought to be moving in. Because right now, they're just like, we live in like literally a bizarro land, and a lot of guys just have a rose-colored glasses, regardless of how bad things get. Like a lot of us just want to equivocate. We want to have rose-colored glasses. We want to see everything's both sides. We want to like continue to just dig our heads in the sand, and I feel as though that's just what's happening with us. But thanks a lot for having me on, and salute to everybody on the panel.
Always, man. Always. You're always welcome, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Always love your takes, man. Don't always agree with them, but always love them, man. Appreciate you. All right, I'm gonna put you down, Rorschach. Thank you, brother. Big J. Jay, you got anything going on tonight, man? You got something going on tonight?
No, I'll plug it in after I get the point out quickly. It'll be quick. All in all, let's just keep real. Humanity is crazy, and I've been trying to figure out why people are so angry the way they are, and I think it is more often not frustration with themselves rather than other people, because they have no other ways of taking it out on something. So as they take it on other people. So this is nothing really new to me. They're still children, and humanity will always be bottom of the totem pole compared to the universe, because they keep arguing over superficial, nonsensical BS. Right. So until that changes, and listen, I mean to assault every human when I say that, because y'all a bunch of goddamn children, and I can't take listening to y'all. Y'all just get angry and upset over everything, and it's just like, yeah, the struggles are there, but only you can make it better. Yeah, you. The same way where my freaking ankle hurts right now, guys, or my heel hurts, and I have to get surgery for that. That's up to me to take care of that. That's nobody's issue to take care of but my own, not anyone else's. Correct, Brother Clarence? Correct. My responsibility. Ain't nobody here to fix it but me. And trust me, I'm gonna get that shit taken care of quickly. That motherfucker hurts. But all in all, like I said, if you want things to change better in your life, the option is not go to a different place. The option is to work on yourself, become the best version of yourself, and don't make excuses along the way. Don't make any excuses, and just produce. My man True said it best yourself. Produce, get hard work, get it done, and then then the person you want to be with at the end of your journey, you pick them. That's more of an achievement. It shouldn't be something you actively be seeking it out. So it's more of an achievement than it is a quest. The question be define figure out who you are, and also how you want to live the rest of your life, and also how you want to go out. To be honest,
True.
If you want to go out by yourself, that's a sad, miserable, depressing existence. I can tell you that right now. But all in all, Brother Cons, thanks for having me. You and Rico are amazing. And guys, I'm having a chill out session at 8 p.m. today. It's not gonna be at 7 because I have to go to the gym quickly. It's about an hour workout. So it's gonna be 8 p.m. on 8 p.m. Eastern, my time, because I'm on the East Coast. Brother Clarence, Brother Rico, you're welcome to join there. Just pop in if you want. I'd like to have you on, and we could talk about anything you guys want. And like I said,
people stuff. Can we talk about old people?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, man. I'll just say, just don't be disrespectful towards one another. That's the only rules, and no bashing men and women on my channel. That's it. We don't need that over there. I tell people because even I don't do it over there. So I'm a holder of my peace over there. But all in all, check it out. It's gonna be 8 p.m. Eastern time, and and like I said, I love to have the old school G's on there because they got some good wisdom. More than most that I hear, and like I said, be sure to like and subscribe to Let's Talk a Better Life. He makes great content, and like I said, get them likes up. Seriously, man. If y'all look up for my channel, if you don't look up to his channel, be like on mine, something wrong with you. You need to like both. But all in all, peace out. Hope to see you guys later on tonight, and thanks for the topic.
All right, there's Jay Takashi. If you haven't already subscribed to Jay Takashi, go on over to Jay Takashi and hit that subscribe button and see if that's the kind of content you want to support. All right. And then there were two rickety, raggedy old dinosaurs. But one is what did they say? One is a little more wrinklier than the other one.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
According to a content creator out here. So, Brother Rico.
Yes, sir.
Man, thank you for always your support, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, man.
YouTube podcast. You want to come say hi? Come say hi. Come here. Go. Hey, Clarence. Here, come on. They don't believe me.
This can't be the first podcast I'm on.
Yeah, this is the first podcast. This is Junior.
Hey, how you doing, bro?
Actually, I'm not Junior.
This is Junior.
We got the same name, but I ain't Junior. Remember?
Okay. This the one in the service.
Good to meet you, my brother. Good to meet you. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
That's Bro Clarence. Yeah, he's in LA.
Appreciate it, man.
He's in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And, he came to visit. He's here from Germany for a couple of weeks.
Right on, man. Right on. How long you been in, man?
A couple days.
No, I mean in the service. I'm sorry.
Oh.
How many years?
13? I think 13 years.
Yeah, about 13 years.
Man.
Yeah.
Wow, man. Good.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
he done lapped the old pop twice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. Well,
I ain't get but 6 and done.
Sometimes they come better later, brother.
Yeah.
Mine's better not go wrong. So otherwise, it's going backwards.
It's nice to meet you, brother. Nice to meet you.
So we closing it out.
We closing it out, brother. What's your take on anything?
I'm great. I'm great to get cleaned up, and he gonna take the old man out. We're gonna get turned up tonight. We're gonna get litty.
I thought you was already turned up. You gonna get even more turned up, Rico?
Yeah. I got a couple of bodyguards with me tonight.
All right, right on, man. Right on.
So
okay, man, let's do it short and sweet, man. What you got, brother?
Great stream like always. And short and sweet, like I said, them damn dating coaches need to get out of the business.
Yeah, they do.
Because they're terrible at it. I mean, they just got a bunch of L's.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, there's zero evidence of anybody supporting or validating that any of them know what the hell they're talking about. So when they're complaining about, oh, well, these people are this difficult, these people are this difficult, and I'm like, yeah, they are. But you guys are horrible at what you do.
Yeah.
That's
suck.
all.
They suck. Any other job except working for the government,
you'd have been fired.
You had that lower production, you'd be
You
out.
would have been fired. Yeah. Like where else are you still employed?
0.01% success rate.
What? Right. That's like you going to a barber and you coming home with a bunch of bald spots, and you gonna keep going back to him. Like, no, you're terrible. You are horrible. So when I say that, and now I simply say this, I'll even take the ones where, like Jay said, that maybe their heart was in the right place. But that's like if everybody you hook up, if everybody you couple up ends up divorced, then what do you? Then would we say that well they got them together, but it always ended badly.
Yeah.
You stop going to them.
Yeah.
That's what you do when you would do the hookup. I went to my girl. The last two she hooked me up with were terrible. I'm not going back to her ass no more.
No.
You'd be like, hook me up with one of your friends. That one turned out to be nasty, and then you know what? You go to the next one. She turned out to be nasty, and you know what? You gonna go to her again? You're like, nah, because you just know a lot of nasty people. I'm not dealing with her. So that's just sort of the thing that I look at. Again, I do think they do it for coin, but even if you take the coin out of it, they're no good at it.
Yeah, man, they just suck.
They
so
just
bad.
suck. So,
but it's easy to look like you're an expert when everybody has such a bad track record of dating.
Yeah.
It's easy to look like that. So
and the ones that are successful, I don't think they do YouTube. I think they just I don't think they do YouTube.
Well, I think that the ones that are successful, they have an understanding with the clients where they have the client if the client spend a certain amount of money, they're gonna listen. They're gonna listen. Right? If I'm spending $2,000 or $3,000 to be hooked up with a certain type of person, that client is going, and you as a dating coach tell me, Clarence, you need to brush your teeth, you need to cut your hair, you need to. I'm going to listen.
The only one I've seen that came close was the girl that she had the reality TV show for a while, I think on Bravo, The Millionaire Matchmaker.
Yeah,
the white lady. She was pretty good. She was pretty successful.
Well, see, that because people are paying. They're paying a lot of money, and if they pay a lot of money,
successful. And not only was she successful, she didn't get a YouTube. She got a fucking reality TV show.
Yes,
she was
like I said, but like I said, you know, the people are going to listen. Her clients.
Let me ask you this. You think Andy Cohen and them would have put her ass on Bravo if she had a success rate of 0.000000000? No. And she had to quiet Nina. She had to come with the receipts of the clients.
Oh yeah.
They vetted her, so they gave her a TV show.
But like I said, she's gonna have clients because they paid her a lot of money to move and shake with different people. I don't think Kevin Samuels, if you paid him a lot of money, is gonna find you to kind of. You ain't gonna be. I don't think he's gonna have a big variety of people that you can move and shake with, right? So I'm just saying, and then at the same time, I don't know if it's black women or black men or both of them. They just don't listen most of the time, especially when it comes to relationships and dating. They just don't listen to people, even if the person say, "I'm an expert, I'm this, I'm that," and they come to them for it. But it's like if you watch Kevin's show, if you watch Kendra's show, they basically have the same problem.
But if that's the case, then just get out of the field. The field is just terrible. Period.
But that genre made Kevin a bunch of money.
Making fun of him, not succeeding.
Imagine, like you said, imagine if you was an auto mechanic and all of your cars was crashing, all of your cars were coming apart all the time, and some kind of way people just made you like you're this great mechanic. But you're not, right? This is a terrible mechanic, right? But people are, you know, whatever it is, halo effect or whatever, they going out saying it. So, like you said, I agree with you, man. Their success rate, especially the black ones, man, their success rate is horrible. You be better, do yourself better, just go and buy a book or something, or finding somebody who's kind of like got some success behind them as far as long-term relationships. All right, man. Rorschach says Rico would be a fun dude to go out with, and yourself, Clarence. Rico probably be a wild dude. Rico is a wild dude, man. Rico is out there, man, but he's a good dude, man. Good-hearted dude. All right, Rico, I'm gonna let you go, man. I see you got your family there. Peace to you, brother. We'll try to hook up on Saturday, definitely Sunday, maybe. All right, that was brother Rico. Man, man, who all do we have on? We had Rorschach. Rorschach came through, defend his homeboy Kevin Samuels a little bit. He tried to get around Truth, but Truth was still holding to the fire. You know, Truth don't have no love for Kevin Samuels, man. Well, I won't say no love, but Truth definitely will point out the hypocrisy, and he sees in Kevin. Who else do we have on? We had Truth. Truth came in. He came in. He dipped his toe in. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't here for too long, but he came in. Strong performance as always. Rorschach, strong performance. Marcus came through. Strong performance. Jay Takashi, strong performance as always. Rico Young came through. Strong performance. Got his son in town. Going to go tear DC apart. You know, somebody should have a warning, put a warning out to the bars in DC. Rico Young is on the loose. Close early because Rico Young is on the loose. Shout out to Rico Young, man. Rico always makes time for me, and I appreciate him for that, man. He always makes time. And Rico is on a lot of different streams. He's on some streams last night, and he still, made time for me. So I appreciate him, man. I appreciate him so much. I appreciate all of you guys, actually. Everybody in the chat, everybody, all my hard drivers in the chat, and everybody, man. I appreciate all of y'all, man. All of us together make this show work, man. You see how we had brothers, all our brothers was together. They was laughing. They was talking about different issues. That was what this is about, man. It's about being able to talk about stuff. Maybe we don't agree. Maybe we don't agree. But we can still show each other respect and laugh, going back and forth, right? And so, when we found out that Apex Alpha is actually Tristan, no problem. We don't have no problem with Tristan. It ain't no thing, right? And we definitely not gonna tell him, well, you can't go over to Jen, you can't go over to E Black. We're not telling him none of that. Go ahead, man. You see value over there, go on over there. I'm not telling you none of that. Right? Okay, so what did we talk about? We put the Kalaan Walker situation to bed, right? Kalaan Walker said that his mother used to get him women to have sex with when he was 14. Started when he was about 14 years old, and got him. It made him think only in terms of sex, and unfortunately, it put him in a position where he felt like he had the opportunity to take advantage of people, and he did it, and unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. The man got convicted on 6 ARP charges. I don't see him walking out of that prison at least 40 years. I'm sure the district attorney came to him with a deal. He did not take it. He probably would have did 20 years, but he's gonna do 40 at least, in my opinion. But we'll see. We also talked about the massa hold my shirt, right? Black women letting their white boyfriends or whatever hold their shirt like they in some type of restrictive situation, right? Rico didn't take no. So I don't know what I don't know what the deal is. Rico didn't take that. Rico said that's not a big deal, but then Rico would go off on Chaotic. I don't understand. I tell Rico, Chaotic is not a big deal, but Rico's like, nah, Clarence, man, I can tell you how many times Rico gonna cuss me out about Chaotic. Clarence, okay, Rico. But then you look at this, and this is not a big deal. All right, maybe Rico will come back and explain that to us. All right, who else? What else? Oh, we talked about Kendra G. She having an issue with some of her subscribers coming through there talking bad about black women, her, talking bad about her in particular, as she's trying to educate maybe somebody that's maybe in the 250-pound mark, thinking they're going to get a professional athlete on their arm. Her trying to basically educate this person on the fact that maybe that's a high mark to try to shoot for. Maybe let's bring it down a little bit. Her fans are getting on her. They ain't mad at her for trying to educate the sister, right? And I guess in their minds they should say, hey, let her get what she want to get. Let her go after it, right? The Lizzo effect, right? I'm just gonna go for what I want. And if you don't want me, you're the one with the problem, right? But I keep trying to tell women, this is a marketplace. The market decides who gets who. The market decides that. It's not, you ain't gonna be able to go out and say, I'm a 10. So only athletes, stars, and superstars are gonna come to me. You don't even have yourself in a position of proximity so that even those kind of people would even have access to you, or you have access to them, right? It's like, I'm thinking one day one of these kind of an athlete's gonna fall into the ghetto and just find you. No, it doesn't work that way. Not anymore. Why? Why, Clarence? Why doesn't it work that way? Because women outnumber men so much. The women outnumber the men so much. I think the last count they said that every man could have 8 women and still there'd be enough women out here. 8 women. You could have 8 women and still there'd be a surplus of women out here. So what I'm saying is, when you have a market that's full of a supply, the price is going to go down. The value is going to go down. The desire is going to go down. Everything's going to go down. And that's what we have out here in women in the sexual marketplace. There's so many women because women are not staying in these relationships. They're leaving these relationships. So now you got those women on the market. You got the new women on the market, the 18-year-olds just hitting the market. You got everybody in between and in the middle. And then you got the older women trying to reach back. And you got your Erykah Badu's and your Keisha Cole's. They doing the clawback, being with some of these younger guys, which is no problem. It's not a problem for me at all. I think that's probably the best scenario for them, as long as they can keep it up. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, they get to a certain point, that's going to be, even proximity with young guys ain't going to work. But the same thing with men. So, but anyway, so we talked about all of those topics. What do you think? Leave us a comment if you really believe. But also, I mean, if you got something to say about these topics, also, I got to give y'all an update on those 2 strikes I got, because I'm just now getting into fighting them. So I got to give y'all an update on it when I get an update. I'll update y'all on the strikes. But anyway, in the meantime, thank y'all for showing up on a Thursday. We're trying to cut these things down to maybe like 3 hours instead of having 5-hour streams or 7-hour streams. Trying to cut them down so that you guys can just get the information and then be out. All right. Until Saturday, we'll see y'all in the streams.